Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Yes, yes, yes. We have made it to Wednesday. By the end of this show, you will be halfway through your week. Well, most of you. And we are going to take you up to 2 p.m. Sorry if you're in the car. If you're watching on YouTube, Dave Crumble Chris was here, and Dave is making up for lost time eating the whole box right here on the show.
Don't
and
mind me.
yeah, and he is still here as we are trying to get this show on the road. So if you're driving in the car, just imagine a large white man standing behind me as I'm trying to do the show.
While sensually shoving cookies into his mouth.
While also eating a bunch of crumble cookies. He's not going to leave for anybody else.
Nope.
He's eating. So that's the thing. You cut him into fours. There's at least 5 quadrants missing. So Dave is eating a whole crumble cookie, which is impressive. Go get some milk. Dave is eating for victory tonight against the Pelicans.
I thought Dave was going to walk out with the entire strawberry cookie just in his hand. Yeah,
so Dave is gone now. He is taken off, and we can get this show on the road. And it's going to be a fun show, but there's also some, I like to get uncomfortable at times, and Brendan Nunez has led us down a road I don't think I ever thought we would go down with Keegan Murray, and it might be here sooner than you think. You know how it says in your side mirrors in the car, objects may be closer than they appear. That is where we're headed with the future of Keegan Murray, and I gotta be honest, it really snuck up on me, and it's probably going to sneak up on you. So we're going to do that at 11 o'clock on the dot, and it is going to be a very, very interesting conversation simply because of everyone that is available, everyone that may or may not be available in the future, a la a Kevin Durant. We have some sound for you on that. So we're going to break all that down. Malik Monk had a conversation with friend of the show, Tristy Rodriguez. So we have everything that Malik had to say. And how do you feel about the franchise being in Malik's hands right now? It's not just Malik, but as far as the usage rate and the face of the franchise based on age, I mean, I guess we could say that it's Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan would get a shout, but I don't think at 35 DeMar DeRozan would be in that conversation. So it's either Domantas Sabonis or Malik Monk. So how do you feel about Malik Monk being that new face, and how does Malik feel about that? But we start here as we're going to have some fun with Alex Len and how he's now elite. We're going to do that in about 10 minutes. But we start here with the De'Aaron Fox thing. And I know there are a lot of people. Look, I got plenty of gray hairs. I am a true blue millennial. I believe I'm right in the middle of millennials. If anything, I'm on the older side. So trust me, when I have a conversation about social media, you might be rolling your eyes in the car or on YouTube. And I'm kind of doing it the same way, but just hear me out on this. So the word on the street is, and I checked this myself, I'm just assuming that De'Aaron Fox was following Domantas Sabonis, and it comes out, I think it was Insta Kings or someone like that finds it, and there are full-blown trackers. If you ever think that your kid might be spending their time the wrong way, there are people that track athletes and who they follow and who they don't follow on social media, and I don't think they're getting paid. At least these streamers these days, these video gamers and things like that, at least they're getting paid. These guys that just track, or these people that just track these social media accounts, I don't know that they're getting paid besides the little coins that they get from one Elon on X. And it came out that De'Aaron Fox is no longer following Domantas Sabonis. Again, I checked this morning before I left. He's not following him, and I'm just assuming that he was, and that's why that's a story. And I checked on the other side. Domantas Sabonis is still following De'Aaron Fox. And I just want to take a trip in the time capsule, as there were a lot of jokes about Groundhog Day during the crosstalk, but I just want to take a trip in the time capsule about, I don't know, a week or two ago, when I tried to sit here and say that the Malik Monk thing, now we will have some answers from Malik Monk on the De'Aaron Fox thing as he sat down with Tristy Rodriguez. But when I had that conversation and I said, hey, word on the street is I don't really know how close Malik and De'Aaron were. And even if they are close, And maybe I got bad information at that time. I don't know. None of us know. That's the point. So when I see that De'Aaron Fox, now it is bizarre that you would go out of your way to unfollow someone, and maybe it wasn't even De'Aaron. I don't know. But the point that I want to get to is that we, the collective we, need to stop creating relationships with these athletes that at the end of the day are coworkers. They're coworkers. Now, again, to unfollow someone, that makes me feel like something happened. I don't know. Nobody knows. Some people might think it's not a big deal. Some people might think it is a big deal. But he didn't go out of his way to do it. But even if it's not a big deal, we see these guys, and I know it kind of removes the imagination of it all, right? That these guys, they remind you of high school when you had your buddies, when you were playing ball, and you would go over to somebody's house after practice, and you would go party together on weekends. This is a business. These people have families, okay? And sooner or later, maybe the older we get, we understand that these dudes are just coworkers. There are relationships that are close when they're together, and they dissipate when they're no longer together. Do I think it's a little extra to unfollow someone? Yeah, because De'Aaron swears that he doesn't want the drama. But we do this thing, and I'm the same way. We do this thing where we turn these coworkers into besties because of the game they play. Now, obviously, they're not in a cubicle. They're not accountants. It's not the same. I get that. But we will stop worrying about this stuff, and we will stop being surprised about this stuff when we realize that these dudes are just coworkers. If they're close, we'll know it. It will be very obvious. Keegan was literally babysitting De'Aaron Fox's kids. So we knew. So it's very obvious at those times. You know, there are a lot of people throughout your life that you're close with them at a certain point in your life. And honestly, it's because of proximity. That's not to say that you're not cool with them or you don't like them, but it's convenient. We all have friends that when you were living somewhere or going to school or something like that, look, I joked, and funny enough, the whole bachelor party thing from a couple weeks ago, I talked to that buddy and he went back and listened to that segment. So he knows I'm a tier 2, tier 3 friend, and it goes both ways. But at that time, when me and him were both playing baseball at the same school, we were besties at that time. But it's not the same. So you have tiers of friends, where you have friends that will be your friends no matter what. It doesn't matter if somebody is in Albuquerque and you're in New York, or you're in California and they're in Oregon, whatever it is, you're always going to hold it down for them. And even if you don't talk every day, you're still cool. And it's like you miss nothing when you have those conversations. It's very possible that a lot of these friendships or relationships that De'Aaron or whoever had were based on proximity. Now, again, do I think it's weird that you unfollow someone? You could just not talk to them anymore. But we have to stop collectively turning these dudes into best friends. They are coworkers. Is it different than how you have a coworker when you're working at the steel mill or you're working with the state capitol, whatever it is? Of course it is. But at the end of the day, you know, I got a story real quick to wrap this whole thing up. I'll never forget this. So I was still in, and this just goes, and this wasn't that long ago. Once I say the name, it really wasn't that long ago. So this is a couple years ago. We're in San Francisco, and I'm still in the tech world, and I'm at a happy hour, right? So it's one of those really, really cool bars in San Francisco. It's still daylight out. I think it might have been the off season. I'm not sure, or the season had just ended, something like that. But I'm in line for the bathroom. So I'm in line for the bathroom, and I look behind me, and this picture is still on my social media. I look behind me in line for the bathroom, and it's Evan Longoria. Now, Evan Longoria, to me, from his time at Long Beach, and I've watched his game. He was a stud in Tampa, all these things. Evan Longoria, in my mind, is still this young stud muffin doing his thing at third base. Now, by the time he did play a couple years after with the Diamondbacks, but by the time he got to the Giants, he was a completely different guy. But in my mind, I had not turned him into a different dude yet. So we're in line for the bathroom, and I said, hey, man, I just had to say, love following the Giants, and I followed your game for a long time, and, just small talking, right? So I then say to him, and I put my foot in my mouth in the craziest way. I go, so what's up, man? You got a house with the other players, and you guys just kick it or what? He looked at me like I was insane and said, no, I'm living here with my wife and family. And it took me myself, I didn't have a kid yet, but me myself at 30 plus years old still had him in a different realm of life. And it took him reminding me, no, dude, I'm like 35, 36 years old. No, I'm not living with the guys. This isn't college anymore. So we have to remember that these dudes are human, and that the relationships and the boxes that we put them in are just not true. And sometimes they get shattered in front of our face, but the older we get, the wiser we get. Hopefully, we will see that stuff coming, and we won't be surprised when we see that somebody that we never actually knew was close with somebody else no longer cares about that person's life. On the other side, let's talk about another former King who is now a stud muffin. Why? Because he's a Los Angeles Laker. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the three. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one. And if you want to save on a new Ford, you got to drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
All right, moving on from the drama. 916-339-1140. No guests today, so that means you are the guest. Phone lines are open right now. Phone lines are open all day long. The 530 says the amount of time Fox's wife spent on her phone at games. I suspect she handles the IG account. Yeah, now that, and that was an impromptu style espresso. Now that it's all kind of out there and I got my style espresso takeoff, honestly, the whole thing is just kind of weird. If you don't want drama, stop causing drama. I feel like we all have friends like that, right? Everyone knows that when you have 1 million followers and you're still in the heat of moving on from one team to another, why is last night the day that you have to, again, look, I'll be honest, I'm petty. I got people that you can mute on social media. If there is an ex or a friend that you don't want to do the whole thing and unfollow because that's petty, you can be mini petty and you can mute them. You can mute them.
I mute lots of people.
I mute lots of people on Instagram. Now, I still follow them because I don't want them to, feel like there's something going on, because there's not something going on. I just don't need to see it. So maybe, it's a matter of I don't need to see. I'm trying to clear my head and focus on the Spurs. That's fine, but the unfollow is weird. And the 916 is saying, and I think this is a generational thing, right? Like I tell people, I'm 34, I'll be 35 in March. So I'm right. Like I said, I am a millennial's millennial. So I get why some people think it's stupid to talk about this. I also understand why this is kind of the day and age that we're in. 916 says Malik and De'Aaron are in totally different places in their lives. De'Aaron has 2 kids and only wants to hang out with them and his wife. Malik is in a relationship, but living a no kids life with basketball being number one. They're friends, but they're definitely not hanging out or talking all the time. Not sure about De'Aaron and Domas. They had more in common life-wise. The unfollow is weird. Yeah, it is weird. It is weird. Like I said, it's unnecessary.
So I'm not into this, the weeds on this story, because frankly, I can't care anymore. I can't get myself to care. Do we know that the unfollow happened yesterday and that's why the accounts are able to, or just did someone go on Twitter and type in?
Right. Well, that's the thing.
Sabonis?
I don't know. Yeah. Was he never following him? I don't know.
I'm guessing he was at some point.
Whether it happened last night, it happened recently.
It happened at some point since the trade, which I guess is the broader point. But I just didn't get why it was necessarily a story today, unless these accounts because I know one of I can't remember which one it is. Is it Basketball Watch Report or whatever on X?
I tried to find it to confirm with that's the source, that other the official tracker. I didn't find it. I only saw it on the Instagram, the Insta Kings handle.
The official tracker sets up notifications and stuff, but they also do funny ones. I can't remember. I think it was Devin Booker.
It'll be inappropriate.
Yeah, Devin Booker got in trouble for that one time because he followed an inappropriate account and they put it on blast. They do silly ones like that, but I guess this would be more interesting just because you're going through I guess in a non-Jimmy Butler world, the second messiest breakup of the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, you could throw Luka in there as well, but that one was just more weird. This one had a lot of, well, how did we get here storyline? So it is what it is. We'll keep, if people want to keep talking about it, we'll keep talking about it. I had to say my piece on it as being in that middle ground where I get why people think it's stupid to talk about it, but I also understand why there is something to talk about. I wanted to get to this because this is the classic, and we joked about this when Harrison Barnes was moved for DeMar DeRozan. And this happens all the time with the Sacramento Kings. As soon as a player leaves the Kings, they are a completely different player as far as the national media is concerned. They're much better than they ever were, and the Kings, on some level, are stupid for letting go of them because the Kings only do stupid things. Now, the latest name in that conversation, Alex Len. So Alex Len gets picked up by the Lakers as the whole Mark Williams thing falls through. And I'm going to read to you some of these posts, right? This is from Bleacher Report. Again, this is Alex Len. Now, maybe there's a world where he was being misused on the Sacramento Kings, and I will eat crow if that's the case. Now, here's the post from Bleacher Report. Lakers are signing former Kings 7-foot center Alex Len per Shams. Lakers get their big man. Lakers get their big man. That post has 3 million views. 3 million, okay? Shams, the initial post, having the breaking news banner at all, and I am not trying to be disrespectful to Alex Len, but first of all, having the breaking news banner at all was kind of crazy. That post from Shams got 9.2 million views. For Alex Len. Now, again, maybe he was being misused with the Sacramento Kings. Maybe. But now all of a sudden, Alex Len is, I have it written down here. Now Alex Len is a Jokic stopping lob threat that can stretch the floor. That's who Alex Len is now.
Wait, they said Jokic stopping lob threat?
Somebody said he could be a Jokic stopper. Somebody said, I like his lob threats and the fact that he can stretch the floor.
Whew, there's a lot to unpack there, considering that if he were a Jokic stopper, why didn't they put him on Jokic, the game that Nikola Jokic literally had the greatest performance?
Maybe it's the coaching. Maybe it's the coaching. I don't know.
So JJ Redick is going to get the best out of Alex Len in places that I'm going to look up Alex Len's career journey, because he's probably had some coaches throughout his career. Well, he's had 4 coaches on the Kings. We brought that up on the morning show. He had 4 different coaches in 4 years on the Kings. But you're saying that Mike Budenholzer and Lloyd Pierce and 5 different Phoenix Suns coaches and Nick Nurse and...
He never played with Luka and LeBron.
Luka, LeBron, and JJ Redick are going to be the ones to figure it out.
He never played with Luka and LeBron. So the same thing happened with Harrison Barnes. And honestly, that's the last time I heard about Harrison Barnes. That's a lie. The actual last time I heard about Harrison Barnes was opening night, where I think he went off for 20 or something like that. Then I never heard about Harrison Barnes again. But when that deal got made, they were literally, and I'll never forget, I believe it was Ramona Shelburne, where they were having conversations about what Harrison Barnes can do, and defensively he is better. And to be honest, I guess you could say it wasn't a lie, because defensively he's better than DeMar DeRozan, and he is a better three-point shooter than DeMar DeRozan. So I guess if you take out any and all context, Harrison Barnes, those things weren't lies. But Harrison Barnes, when he left Sacramento, he became one of the unsung heroes of the Beam team. Okay, this season he's got 11.8 points. He's shooting 42% from 3, 50% from the field. He's played in 51 games. So, hey, and I'm just looking here at his stat line and how many he's been playing. 28 minutes per game on a team, and I guess the Kings aren't doing much better than the Spurs, but on a team that stinks. Right? On a team that stinks. So this is exactly what happens. All right. And now Alex Len is the Lakers get their big man. That killed it for me. The Lakers get their big man.
I understand that part, though, because they
get a big man.
Yeah. But now he's their big man.
I guess he's there. They got their guy.
Because they went from Anthony Davis wanted to play the 4 to trading Anthony Davis, where now Anthony Davis gets to play the 4 eventually with Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively, to the Lakers trading for Mark Williams, to the Lakers then not trading for Mark Williams, to the Charlotte Hornets saying you're forced to take Mark Williams, to now they sign Alex Len and waive Christian Wood, which... Is Alex Len a better player than Christian Wood? I don't
know.
I think he fits more what they need, but I feel like they just kind of like reshuffled the cards a little bit there, going from Christian Wood to Alex Len. And I really like Alex Len. I thought they would have been fine sticking with Alex Len. They chose to upgrade to Valanciunas. I understand why they did it. It was more feasible once they traded De'Aaron Fox and got all the second-round picks. But I thought Alex Len was a serviceable backup center. So
no, there is a world where he probably should have got a little bit more time. I think there probably is a fit conversation to be had, and he just didn't really fit with the Kings. But what they're doing now, and I'm just reading some of these comments. Am I the only one who loves this signing? Great pickup, and now they still have Dalton Connect.
Well, sort of. Dalton Connect is on mental health leave right now because of everything they just did to that man's confidence.
He's back. Well, I believe he's not on any injury report. Another one. Okay, Lakers starting to look even more scary. League is cooked, someone else says.
Okay,
this is hilarious.
But these are just Laker fans, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. League is done. Oh, my goodness. All right. On the other side, Kevin Durant, we're having this conversation again. Who would you be willing to give up? And once we have that Keegan Murray conversation, your answer may change. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Pelicans. Team night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3:30. Tip off at 5.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Wednesday. Another chilly start out there. Expect to have temperatures rebound this afternoon. Under partly sunny skies, highs today will peak into the upper 50s. We'll have rain arriving after midnight tonight. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The President's Day sales event is back at Folsom Lake Kia. Save a bunch of presidents on your favorite new Kia models, all with Kia's 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Go see the team you can trust. My friends at Folsom Lake Kia.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Carrington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
The huge President's Day sale is on at Maida Chevy, Sacramento's Silverado headquarters. Save $10,250 off MSRP after rebates on new half-ton Silverado LT after rebates with over 50 in stock. And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $10,250 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
I'm George Washington, and I approved this message. Not available with special financing, leasing, some other offers. 5 to the South Around 2011 or newer Chevrolet.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends over at Jiffy Lube, and they want to show some customer love this month with their February oil change deals you can find online today. Visit jiffylube.com and find a service center near you to see these sweetheart deals. Get it? During the month of February. Here's what you do. Drive into savings at jiffylube.com today and let yourself save in the month of February. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The PGA Club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
About to break down what's going on with Kevin Durant. I just saw this, and a lot of people are talking about it. March 3rd on Max, but also HBO. Docuseries, it's from the makers of The Last Dance. Celtic City is what it's called. It's about 8 decades of the Celtics, the NBA, Boston, and America. And, of course, Bill Simmons will be a part of it. And I'm just trying to figure out, again, we had some fun with the Instagram thing with De'Aaron Fox in the first segment and a little bit of Style Espresso. You can go check that out on YouTube if you missed it. We had some fun with just the conversation of me being a millennial, right in the middle at 34, and how people a little bit older might not care.
Not quite unk, though.
Not unk yet. I think in March I'll be unk, or I have one more year. But people that are a little bit older might not care about social media. People that are a little younger only care about social media, and I'm somewhere in the middle. And I'm also curious, The Last Dance, when you try to replicate something that happened at such a perfect time. There were no sports going on. There was, besides what the KBO or whatever it was, because of COVID and the pandemic that was happening. So nothing should be measured the same way The Last Dance was measured. So on top of that, you have a Celtics team or the Celtics organization, and honestly, getting back to the whole generational thing, I have no clue where the Celtics fall in the pantheon of just sports fandom, right? When I think of The Last Dance had COVID going on, there was no other sports. You had one of the most iconic sports figures in Michael Jordan, and a lot of people who did not necessarily know about what Michael Jordan was all about, getting a chance to learn about him. You wear Jordans, right? You wear the Jordan brand, things like that. I have no clue what the appetite is to learn about, to watch 8 decades or clips of 8 decades, and they interview a bunch of people. Obviously, Larry Bird is a part of this, Bill Russell. We get all that, but I have no clue what the appetite is for somebody who's an NBA fan or a sports fan even, because I think non-NBA fans watch The Last Dance, but sports/NBA fans that are 75 to 65 to 55 to 45 to 35 to 25 to 15. Because it feels like that 35 and under, I just don't know if they care about the Celtics, but I could be way off.
I think from a documentary standpoint, this is a very good choice for them to make. The problem is with anything Boston is just how Boston are you going to be, right?
Yeah.
Because things from Boston tend to have a Boston-centric focus sometimes. And so I assume this is going to be really well made given all the people that are involved in it. I'm just curious if they're going to go hyper Boston focus. Like they talk about just kind of the historical context of the Celtics and Bill Russell going from California to Boston, and how Bill Russell had a really terrible life in Boston when he was winning championships every year for the Celtics because of the civil rights movement and everything. Are they going to talk about that from a Boston-centric standpoint, or are they going to talk about that from a national standpoint? I'm curious how in the weeds Boston they're going to get with this documentary. And also, with any documentary nowadays, I'm always skeptical of, are they going to talk to the Brad Stevens and the Larry Birds and the people who are going to be pro Celtics? Or are they going to talk to the Howard Bryants and the Bob Ryans and the people who might give a more nuanced perspective on everything Boston Celtics.
Yeah, I really, even out of the weeds on that, and I still have to watch the trailer with sound. I just kind of saw it during the break. But it's just, initially, do you care? Because you have to, there are so many shows, so many ways to take in content. You got to really care about something to even get there, right? I mean, I watched, I think, one episode of Starting Five. And again, I know how this ends. I don't really care. I didn't even watch Receiver. Okay. Because I feel like with social media, and maybe it's more important to watch stuff about the Larry Birds and Bill Russells, because once we get to the Jaylen Browns and the Tatums, I am so oversaturated. Jaylen Brown was on Jimmy Fallon last night with I don't know if it just kind of lined up where he was on with the Eagles or the same time as the Eagles. These dudes are everywhere. So I don't really need, once we get past Kevin Garnett, I don't really care.
Okay, this is the point of like the Celtics have only won 2 championships in the last 35 years, which essentially makes them like the Toronto Raptors over the last 35 years, or the Detroit Pistons. However, I'm looking at the featured participants list and I'm feeling a lot better about this now, just seeing all the people that they're getting involved with this project. You've got your Larry Bird, Robert Parrish, Tom Sanders, Jaylen Brown, Tatum, Horford, Danny Ainge, but then they get Jerry West. They've got Pat Riley in there. They've got Bill Walton. They've got James Worthy. They've got Rick Pitino, which I can't believe they got Rick Pitino willing to sit down for this. So I feel better about it just looking at all the people. They've got Red Auerbach's family coming in, randomly Donnie Wahlberg. It seems like this is going to be all right. Just looking at the rundown here, I don't know if I've got 9 hours of Boston Celtics in me, but I will probably give the first episode a try.
Yeah, so that came out, and I thought that was at the very least interesting. I also just don't know what to do with it and how much it really matters at this point. We're going to get into this Kevin Durant stuff. We're up against it now, but did want to read this from the 925. Can someone help me make sense of this? And this 925 number is pretty, I see it on the text line fairly often. 925 says, fans being fans. When we got DeRozan, you and Watkins were saying the over season total was a lock. Len will probably be good for them because he will have 2 jobs, defend the paint and rebound. With us, he would spell Domas, and we needed more from him, which he couldn't provide. So it feels like the second part of 925's text does make whatever amount of sense. That's fine. It just feels like they snuck in the beginning because they took the over on the Kings, and now they're mad at Chris and I because it's probably not going to hit. Because that has nothing to do with the second part of the text. They just wanted to say, I followed y'all. And look, if anybody did follow us, what was it? 47.5 to start? We didn't see this coming. Nobody saw this coming. Because 925, if you saw it coming, you wouldn't have taken it. We all thought it was going to be close. Nobody saw this implosion coming. Nobody.
Yeah, I think it was unfair to the texter's point. But again, if you're saying Alex Len is going to be doing those specific things for the Lakers, I don't think that's true. I think the Lakers are going to be asking more of Alex Len.
Oh, we didn't get Mark Williams, a 22-year-old stud who's averaging, what was it, 19 and 9 or 16 and 9, something like that. So now we got Alex Len.
Yeah, but the tough thing with Mark Williams is he's in the bizarro world of the Hornets where stats don't matter.
Yeah.
So maybe that 19 points a game means he's an all-star, and maybe that 19 points a game means he's just a guy.
I'm sorry, 925. We didn't see this coming, man. Nobody saw this coming. Look, it's not cooked yet. Just got to get hot. It's not over yet. 47.5. It's still easy money. Trust me. On the other side, we have a conversation about Kevin Durant, and we will explain why once we get into Keegan Murray's future. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move, that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund is belong to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Discover unbeatable value at Folsom Buick GMC's President's Day sale. Enjoy a 20-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty for lasting peace of mind. Lease the 2025 GMC Sierra EV for just $859 per month. Limited stock available. Save up to $12,750 on the Sierra Denali. Offers end March 3rd, 2025. Visit Folsom Buick GMC, your EV headquarters for power, performance, and savings. Call now before these deals are gone.
Okay, guys, who is done with their Valentine's Day shopping? What are you waiting for? Stop putting off your Valentine's Day shopping and go to Prestigio Jewelers today.
She's right. Prestigio Jewelers has everything you need for Valentine's this year. And you're approved to guaranteed. No credit, bad credit, even bankruptcy? 6 months proof of income guarantees you a credit line of $400 to $10,000. Time is running out. Make this a Valentine's Day she'll never forget. Visit one of our showrooms today or online at prestigiojewelers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every school day was a vaping day for me. It wasn't a social thing anymore. Suddenly it became something I was doing independently every day. Recently, I was sitting next to somebody on the freeway and I saw them vaping. I was like, wow, is that what I look like? And that didn't sit too well with me. That image has been a big motivation to quit.
No quit story is the same. For free support, text Kick Nicotine to 66819 today.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online. I read that Black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 rising from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation data centers with service to IRS. All aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Elk Grove Honda reports that Honda has earned 3 coveted 2025 Car and Driver 10 Best Awards for the 3rd year in a row, honoring the Honda Civic, Honda Accord, and Honda CR-V. Honda Accord wins for a record 39th time. You can see and drive all the new 2025 award-winning models at Elk Grove Honda and see why Honda cars and trucks continue to impress the critics. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Trying to get some confirmation. I'm still seeing CJ is questionable, but I'm also seeing that he will be available tonight. So trying to get some confirmation for all of you for CJ McCollum and what he has going on. Let's get to this Kevin Durant sound and what could be happening during this summer as far as the Suns and the future of the newest 30,000-point scorer in the NBA. He did it last night, albeit in a loss to the Memphis Grizzlies, which is good for the Kings as far as pocket watching is concerned. This is some news on KD.
What should we be thinking about Durant's future?
Yeah, he's probably going to get traded this summer. He knows it. The Suns know it. The rest of the league know it. They're going to enjoy him while they have him. It's not really controversial, in all honesty. They're under 500. They've got a $230 million payroll. Then add about over $100 million in tax on that. Hembo was showing me some stats earlier. He's played almost 1,500 minutes this year, and he's +2 on the court in those 1,500 minutes. So you have an extremely expensive team that is not winning, and the player that is their most expensive player who is playing great but not impacting them on a positive level. You do not need a high-level analyst to tell you that they probably need to trade him, which is why they were exploring the trade market for him. And while I would never make an ironclad prediction, I would expect this summer for Durant and the Suns to work together to find a new home. He has 1 year left on his contract, which will give him some control as to where that will be.
So Kevin Durant is probably going to be on the move. And look, if anything, it doesn't matter where these guys, unless you're De'Aaron Fox, it doesn't really matter where these guys say they want to play. A lot of times they just want to make a stand, and from there they'll make a decision in whatever way. They just want to come out and say, well, this is what I want, but I'm not saying I'm not going to do this a la Jimmy Butler and things like that. You know, as far as the money situation is concerned, there were a lot of teams that went after Kevin Durant, and this is why if you're the Sacramento Kings, you're sitting there looking at what they're trying to piecemeal together, and the question is, all right, what exactly are we what's our goal here? Because I am very worried. These guys don't play alone for very long, and I saw Kyrie speaking, I think it was after the Kings game, and a lot of Mavs fans are worried about Kyrie now wanting out. So they tried it in Brooklyn. It didn't work. They ended up blaming everyone in Brooklyn, even though it was their idea. Look, we can try to have a conversation about KD going to the Kings, but we know these guys are just all ring chasers. There is a world where the Mavs want to save face with Kyrie for move and their fan base, and they do whatever they can. They gut whoever they need to gut to get Anthony Davis, Kyrie, and Kevin Durant together. We know that Kevin Durant and Kyrie are very close. I don't know where Anthony Davis fits into that, and he's got to stay on the floor. Also, it looks like Anthony Davis won't need surgery. It's just going to be rest and things like that. But that's my guess at what's going to happen. Or they leave, or they both leave and they go to Miami, and it's Kyrie, KD in Miami. But I feel like they will team up again.
Really? That's interesting, because at the end, it didn't feel like Kevin Durant was willing to stick up for Kyrie at the end in Brooklyn for probably reasons that were non-basketball. Yeah. If you remember how the Kyrie saga ended in Brooklyn. Yes. Mm-hmm. However, I think Kevin Durant wants to go to the Miami Heat. At the trade deadline, he nixed the deal to Golden State that was basically done. It would have been basically the same trade package plus picks that they gave up for Jimmy Butler. And he didn't want to go back to Golden State. He made it clear through leaks he wanted to go to Miami. When he was leaving Brooklyn, he said, I either want to go to Miami or Phoenix. So I feel like Kevin Durant wants to go to Miami. Miami wants to add a star player. I don't see why that match doesn't work out great this offseason.
You know what? And I know the NBA is milking everything that they can out of the stars that they currently have. And I don't really have a problem with Kevin Durant. But from Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Steph Curry hasn't gone anywhere, but LeBron James, it just feels like, you know how people joke about how these athletes all date the same women? That's what it feels like from a team standpoint. Every season, there's going to be a disgruntled athlete trying to force their way to Miami, to one or a random team that's got another star. And I understand this is how, like, the Lakers Luka deal to me, albeit it was at the expense of Mavs fans. That was something that was so, even though I got my tinfoil hat on, something that was so organic that it exploded. It feels like the Jimmy to Warriors thing, it hit and people care, but every season there's some ticked off athlete, some ticked off millionaire trying to force their way to one of 4 teams, and I'm just kind of annoyed with it.
Well, it's not trying to, it's just that they can. And
a lot of times it's the same 4 dudes. It's Kevin Durant, it's Jimmy Butler, it's Kyrie. Who am I missing?
James Harden.
And James Harden. And I'm tired of it. It's old.
Is it just the names or is it the game?
It's both. The shtick is old. I don't even want Kevin Durant. Now, I would take him, but I'm not going to plead my case with Kevin Durant and for a 37-year-old Kevin Durant. And I don't feel the same way I felt about Jimmy Butler. Because Kevin Durant, I like Kevin Durant more, but I just don't want to get into the business of any of these dudes.
The feeling's just kind of mutual in that respect, which I guess...
No. I'm dumping him. He's not dumping the Kings.
Yeah, but that's like saying you're dumping Anne Hathaway.
No. Well, look, don't get me started.
Was never in the same
camp. No, look.
I'm just saying that...
Who has a bet? Well, I'm taking, but a random person with Anne Hathaway or the Kings with Kevin Durant. And this person is good looking, just not rich.
I mean, I guess the Kings can trade for Kevin Durant against all good judgment.
I think it might be the good looking random dude.
It might be. Besides the point, I just think it's interesting that we're here again with Kevin Durant and we're here again with the Phoenix Suns after this has happened now 3 times. It was Brooklyn the first time, then to Phoenix, and now with this, it's like, I mean, this is one of my favorite points, and I don't mean this to bag on Kevin Durant, because Kevin Durant is one of the 15 greatest basketball players in NBA history. But if Kevin Durant had 100 multiverses, are we in the worst multiverse of Kevin Durant's career? Like, did his career go from where he was, assuming he's this player the whole way through, between the reputation ruined from Golden State and never winning a championship outside of Golden State to 4 teams in 7 years? Is this the worst version of the Kevin Durant career he could have possibly had?
Probably, but some of it is self-inflicted.
Yeah, but I'm just saying he was going to be a top 15 player in NBA history no matter what, but he just took a really bizarre path. It was
Brooklyn.
To get there.
Everything changed in Brooklyn. So,
well, it also changed, I would argue, when he got to Golden State, because he won the championship, he won the Finals MVP, and just never got the respect he deserved until he tore his Achilles.
He should have stayed. If he stays, then everybody would have got over it.
Well, yeah, but the problem was everyone else, because no one gave him the respect he deserved.
All right, it's time to have that conversation. Okay? Enough messing around. Brendan Nunez wrote something in his Q&A article, which you can catch on sacktownsports.com, which took me somewhere in the Keegan Murray conversation. I had no clue we were heading to this fast. And this is going to get uncomfortable. 916-339-1140. I'm going to tell you what Brendan said specifically about Keegan Murray and what could happen when it comes to this rookie extension. And we are going to have that conversation. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively the Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Hurry in for the final days of Toyota's President's Day sales event. Shop the industry's best lineup of SUVs. Get low financing on RAV4, or check out the spacious Grand Highlander Hybrid, adventure-ready Land Cruiser, or the all-new 38 MPG Toyota Crown Signia. Every new Toyota includes Toyota Care, 2 years of complimentary scheduled maintenance. Drive home a great deal at Toyota's President's Day sales event. It's ending soon, so get to your Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Offers end 3/3/25.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end.
People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done.
But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up.
You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer.
So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today.
Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's happening for the President's Day sales event?
It's time for some good old-fashioned doorbusters. Right now, save up to $20,000 off MSRP on remaining new 2024 Ram trucks. That's the kind of savings you don't usually see until Memorial Day, and definitely not on Ram heavy duties. But this weekend at Hoblet, it's happening.
And you have 30 to choose from?
That's right. Plus, you can also get 0% financing for 72 months on a bunch of new models, including hybrids. But you better hurry in. These deals only last through President's Day.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet. Period. 20,000 total net savings after 13,000 factory rebates and 7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 10% off MSRP factory cash. Sample VIN savings 8013 plus 4,000 Hoblet Select inventory coupons and 1,000 trade-in assistance for 2005 or newer under 160,000 mile vehicle. Sample VIN 371844. 0% financing for 72 months on new Wagoneer S, 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE, and 2024 Dodge Hornet. $13.89 per thousand finance on approved credit through Stellantis Financial. See dealer for details.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
At Stockton Honda, we know how to honor a great deal. Like right now, during our President's Day sales event, you can find star-spangled savings on some of our best models. Why not stop in today and see for yourself? Save thousands with low APR financing and great lease rates on over 500 new Hondas at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SacktownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
KHTK-HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. as we got the Rod Wave playing. Mark Jones had a great call. He's on a, call him Rod because he's on a wave right now, and that was kind of an inside joke because a lot of people know or maybe don't know that Rod Wave is Keegan's favorite artist. So that was nicely done by Mark Jones, and this was nicely done by Brendan Nunez. And I got to tell you, I was just sitting here reading my guy's article, and Brendan, what he did was he did a Q&A with the Sacramento Kings fans that follow him on social media, and then he turned it into an article. You can check that out on sacktownsports.com. It is called Kings Post-Deadline Q&A, Sacramento Starting Lineup, Future Outlook. Now, as we talk about Kevin Durant and what type of movement and the future of the Kings, I'm scrolling through and, seeing we'll get to the buyout stuff and things like that. And all of a sudden, I see a question from Tim Frost to Brendan Nunez, and Tim says this: what contract would you currently offer Murray? Prior to the season, I think there was no discussion that he would get a max extension. But with his development within the last 2 seasons, obviously his offensive development didn't go as planned, and he's kind of been a disappointment. What's your idea? This is Brendan's answer. This feels like one of the more under-discussed storylines of the Sacramento's 2024-2025 season. Playing in his 3rd NBA season, Keegan Murray is eligible for an extension this offseason, but the forward's production taking a step back makes it difficult to gauge. In 50 games this year, Murray averages 12.1 points, 7 rebounds, and 1.4 steals on 43% from the field and 32% from 3 on 5.6 attempts per game. His three-point percentage had gone down each year after breaking the rookie record for made threes in 2023 when he knocked down 41.1% of his attempts from deep. Now, this is where it gets interesting. He's certainly not in line for max money like deals Cade Cunningham, Scotty Barnes, Evan Mobley, and Franz Wagner received last offseason. New Orleans' Trey Murphy inked a 4-year, $112 million deal, which comes out to $28 million a year, which may be more in line for Murray, but the Kings could even hesitate to give their 4th overall pick a deal in that range. This is from Brendan Nunez. This is coming up next. Here we go. The likely scenario seems to be that both sides will fail to agree to an extension this offseason, leaving Murray heading into restricted free agency the following offseason. Sacramento still holds all the cards in that scenario, while the forward would have the chance to prove he deserves a more significant deal. His defensive impact and rebounding efforts are undeniable, but offensive production is where the big bucks are at. Sharing a floor with Levine, DeMar DeRozan, and Malik Monk makes it tough for him to get a high volume of attempts, but we'll see how the rest of the season plays out. So I just read that, and I thought, and I had no clue we were heading in this direction. Now, once Brendan lays it out, it makes sense, and that's not to say that Keegan Murray is not going to be a Sacramento King after next season, but it does say that there's a possibility the Kings, very similar, and if you're thinking of a similar situation, that dude in the Bay, Jonathan Kuminga, same idea. Other guy from that draft, Moses Moody, signed a smaller extension. Okay, Jonathan Kuminga, who's kind of been more of a, I don't want to say prima donna, but been more outspoken about where he fits on that team. Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors couldn't come to a decision, and Jonathan Kuminga is heading into free agency this upcoming season. Now, he's been injured. It might turn out that the Warriors played this correctly because off the top of my head, I can't remember the extension talks, but I don't think Jonathan Kuminga is going to make more money from free agency. I don't think anyone's going to say, no, we want to pay him more than what the Warriors were initially ready to pay him. So
he was looking for 4 years, 120. and the Warriors weren't offering 4 years, 120.
So now, as we go into this conversation, and again, Brendan's in the Sac chat right now. This is his assumption. This is not sourced. But now we're having the same conversation about Keegan Murray. So Keegan Murray would essentially go into a prove-it year if the Kings do not decide to even get to the 120 mark where where Trey Murphy got to. And we talked about Trey Murphy, and honestly, I think I've seen more from Trey Murphy, at least offensively, than Keegan Murray this season.
Oh, for sure. And again, we talked about Trey Murphy is basically the number 2 option on the Pelicans for most of the season, and they are dead last in the Western Conference. So, like, he might just be putting up numbers on a bad team.
Sure.
But you're seeing his offensive bag on display. And before this season, he already got his 4 years, 112.
So, yes, and that was going into the season. So now it feels like if you are the Pelicans, now the Pelicans, a lot of people say the Pelicans are cursed unless they play the Kings. If you are the Pelicans, you may have gotten a steal because that's 4 years for $28 million. Trey Murphy, if he continues on this trajectory, you might be getting a lot more than $28 million a year production from him.
I don't know if you remember this, but like 3 weeks ago, you had a question about Keegan versus Trey Murphy. And we talked about how Murphy's numbers are up, but his field goal percent, his attempts per game are way up. And so that's contributing to part of it. When they drafted Trey Murphy in 2021, it was to be Brandon Ingram's backup. And essentially what they saw was enough from Trey Murphy to move on from Brandon Ingram and slot Trey Murphy in at $28 million, whereas Brandon Ingram was at $36 million.
It was close enough.
Yeah.
So now you have a Keegan Murray where it'll come to, so the Kings are going to offer him something. I'm assuming. It's more about will Keegan and his camp feel like let's say they don't get to 112, right? Let's say they say, you know what, Keegan, Trey Murphy is getting $28 million a year. Honestly, we're looking at $25 million a year for you, something like that. And Keegan says, I think, and his camp say, well, we think we're worth more than that. So we're gonna head into restricted free agency and see what happens.
So here's my 2 cents on this conversation. And disclosure, Keegan's my favorite player, so I've thought about this quite a bit. Keegan Murray is probably going to get a contract offer somewhere between $20 million and $25 million, right? If you look at the people who just signed contracts the last couple of years, Jaden McDaniels got $26 million a year from the Timberwolves on a 5-year contract. We mentioned Trey Murphy. He got $28 million a year from the Pelicans. Keegan's probably not going to get that, although his representation will probably say we should be worth Jaden McDaniels money or Trey Murphy money, something like that. Another reference point here, Jalen Johnson for the Hawks. He got a 5-year, $150 million rookie scale extension. So you're looking at $30 million a year for Jalen Johnson, $28 million a year for Trey Murphy, $26 a year for Jaden McDaniels. Based on that market, I would guess Keegan's going to get an offer somewhere between 20 and 25 million. And my hope is that price gap of $4 to $5 million a year is close enough that the Sacramento Kings and Keegan will be able to bridge that before the offseason is done. Maybe they go into next season without a deal done, but I would imagine that the gap is not that large, that they should probably be able to negotiate some sort of extension for Keegan that will probably one way or another end up in 9 figures. Whether it's a 4-year deal or a 5-year deal, he'll get over at least $100 million on that contract.
So for reference, a lot of people where you would put, so Jaden McDaniels is only 24 years old. And I think there are some people that would have Jaden McDaniels over Keegan Murray. I think based on when Keegan Murray started, initially everybody would assume that Keegan Murray would have flown past Jaden McDaniels by now. Jaden McDaniels, he just signed his extension, but what you're talking about, that's 5 years, $131 million, $23 million this year, $24 million next year, 26 mil the year after that, then 28 mil when he's 27, and then 30 mil when he's 28. And I can't see Keegan getting that. So if he's not going to get, because that's even more than Trey Murphy. So if he is not going to get a contract, Trey Murphy is on a better deal if you're the Pelicans than Jaden McDaniels.
Well, it's sort of. It's less average annual value, but it's more total value.
Right. My point is, I don't know where Keegan's value is right now, and two, what the Kings think they should do with him. If this is a dude who, coming off of a down year, you decided whether you think Lauri Markkanen, and we don't know if it was only Keegan, maybe it was a bunch of other stuff and Keegan. If you were willing to make Keegan untouchable, right? You're willing to make Keegan, if you're the Kings, you made Keegan untouchable for Lauri Markkanen. You go into the season and a guy that you made untouchable, so you think he should perform at a certain level, now all of a sudden, he needs help. He's doing too much defensively. They tried to set him up to take that huge third-year leap, and he didn't take it. Is that his fault? No. But now it comes down to you have to evaluate what you think Keegan is worth. And I don't think, it doesn't matter if it's a longer deal or a shorter deal, I don't think Keegan right now is worth the Jaden McDaniels deal or the Trey Murphy deal. So do you take a chance? And what does Keegan think? If they say, Keegan, we got you slotted at 25 mil a year, right? And whatever that is, 4 years, 100 mil, something like that. Keegan, that's what we have you slotted at. It's a little bit less than Trey Murphy. It's not as long as Jaden McDaniels. That's where we have you at. Is Keegan Murray going to sit there and say, actually, we're gonna see what we're gonna do? Because again, you're then going into the season, and this is what some people are saying on the text line in the Sack Chat, you're going into a season when you are the, fourth, fifth option? So when in the hell is Keegan going to prove in that year that he's worth more money? Unless somebody just decides that he's going to be worth that money when they go to his team. Keegan hasn't proved he can be a viable second option, right? Or maybe third option. So you're gonna pay Keegan $25+ million to maybe be a third option. Another team's gonna do that? I don't think so. I think this might end up being a non-story because Keegan, his camp has no leverage.
Well, the restricted free agency makes it tough for him. And when we come back from the break, I will give you the names of the second tier of players, and we'll see how those compare to Keegan.
All right. Let's continue the conversation. Would you be upset if the Kings moved on from Keegan Murray? What are you willing to pay him? 916-339-1140. Allen Stiles, Sack Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sacktown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for three, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
Join me, Allen Stiles, and the Sacktown Sports Team this Saturday, 2 to 4 p.m. at Folsom Buick GMC. Come out, win prizes, and check out amazing President's Day sales.
your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
916 says, so they seem to get rid of every player I start to enjoy watching as a homegrown. That's the 916 talking about Keegan Murray. As Brendan Nunez, if you are driving around and listening in the car, obviously you can't talk to Brendan, but if you are going to be headed home soon, Brendan is in the Sack Chat answering any of your questions. Brendan did a Q&A and created an article out of it on sacktownsports.com, and one of the questions was Keegan Murray. And once Brendan mentioned that we could have a Kuminga type situation with Keegan Murray, that piqued my interest because that's happening this summer, right? And some people are bringing up how close he was with De'Aaron Fox. I don't think if he goes to San Antonio now, there might just be a group of Sacramentans that just go and cause a lot of problems in San Antonio. I don't think, or just become Spurs fans. I don't foresee that happening. What I think is going to happen, and this is what we're going to get to next, as we've scared everyone a little bit, but what I do see happening, and why you shouldn't be as scared as we all were in the first segment, is because, Kyle, you have a second tier that we think Keegan will be okay with.
So there's really 3 tiers, I think we should say, because Brennan mentioned it in his story. The first tier is the max contract guys.
Right.
Which
we're not. Franz Wagner, we know.
Franz Wagner,
Yes.
Evan Mobley, Scotty Barnes,
Mhm.
they all got max extensions.
Mhm.
The second tier, I think, is the guys we were just talking about, your Jalen Johnsons, Jaden McDaniels, and Trey Murphys.
Right.
Here's the third tier of guys. And I'm just gonna go in order here.
Okay.
And these are only people from the 2020 and 2021 draft classes.
Okay.
So of these people, tell me if you think they are better, worse, or equal to Keegan Murray. So we'll start with Corey Kispert.
Keegan's better than Corey Kispert.
Denny Advia.
I love Denny. I think it's actually pretty close, to be completely honest with you. But I also, not to get off topic, but when we watched that Blazers game, he didn't even close with them. I don't really know what Denny's role is there. So do I think it's close? Yes. Do I think Denny will have that type of leverage? No. So I guess I'll give Keegan the upper hand in that regard.
All right. Now I'm scared of this one. Obi Toppin.
Keegan is better than Obi Toppin.
Okay, and then the last one, Patrick Williams.
Keegan is better than Patrick Williams.
Okay, so let me give you what each of these players signed for on their contracts. Corey Kispert signed for $13.5 million per year.
Yeah, he's getting more than that.
Denny Advia signed for $15 million per year.
These are their extensions.
Yes.
Okay.
Denny Advia signed for $15 million a year. Obi Toppin signed for $15.7 million per year, and Patrick Williams signed for $18 million a year. So Keegan will get more than all of them, and they also signed their contracts 1 or 2 years ago. So Keegan will get more than all of those people. And if Patrick Williams was at $18 million a year, Keegan's going to get, like I said before, somewhere between $20 and $25 million. If we're saying that he's not quite Jalen Johnson, because Jalen Johnson's a number 2 scoring option, he's not quite a number 2 like Trey Murphy is right now on the Pelicans.
What did Jalen Johnson get his yet or no?
Yeah, Jalen Johnson got 5 years, $150.
Oh.
So $30 million a year. Jalen Johnson was 30, Jaden McDaniels was 26, Trey Murphy was 28.
And that's what's funny, because the Hawks came out and said, the Hawks, for as much of a mess they are, the one thing they stayed true with is Jalen Johnson is our one untouchable, and they paid him like that. What confuses me, whether it's Kuminga or whether it's Keegan Murray, is calling these dudes untouchable and then not paying them like that.
So this is the thing that's interesting about Keegan. As of right now, Keegan's value is better than $18 million, no question. So he's going to get more than that, but we don't think he's quite at 26 to 30.
No.
So he's in that 20 to 25 range.
Which is a big range. I like that.
Yes, and I think it's just enough of a range that they can bridge that gap, the Sacramento Kings and Keegan's camp. Now, if you're Keegan's camp, you could look at it and say, when we sign this extension, it'll go into effect in 2026. DeMar DeRozan's probably not going to be on the Kings by that point. Zach LaVine has an opt-out. Keon Ellis can be a free agent that season. So you're looking at a Sabonis, Monk, Keegan core once 2026 comes around, and maybe you're hoping that by then Keegan can make that leap to be their Jalen Johnson or their Trey Murphy. I don't know if that's the strategy they'll take, or if they'll take the 4 years, $100 million if it's offered on the table.
So
but
you're saying what you just said is that is if
Keegan's
they decide they turn it down. They say we think we're going to be worth more than that in restricted free agency because you're going to lose DeMar and you might lose Zach LaVine.
Yes, and you're going to pay us like a Jalen Johnson or a Trey Murphy at that time. I don't know if they'll take that strategy, but it's a strategy they could go with. So I think if we agree he's better than all those players we mentioned before, and he's not quite at Jalen Johnson or Jaden McDaniels, you're looking at somewhere between 20 and 25 million a year right now for Keegan Murray's extension this offseason, which they might be able to negotiate with the Kings up to just get us to 100. Because again, 20 to 25 million is the same as 5 years, 100 million is 20, and 4 years, 100 million is 25. So that's the gap you're talking about there. It's not an insignificant amount of money.
So Dwayne Baker on the Sack Chat is kind of riding for Keegan Murray, saying Keegan has to stand in the corner a lot. And look, we've seen flashes from Keegan. We saw them in Minnesota before they got Zach LaVine. But are we sure? Because the conversation is, well, a lot of these dudes are cooking on bad teams. Are we sure that if Keegan was on one of these, let's just say the Pelicans, because we've been doing a big Trey conversation, right? Let's just say the Pelicans. If Keegan was on the Pelicans, do we think that he'd have crazy numbers? And I'm saying we, the collective we. 916-339-1140. Is Keegan, I guess the other way of asking this is Keegan being held back? Because how can he be getting held back, but then he also needs help? That's what I get confused about with Keegan.
Well, offensively, I feel like he's being put in the Cam Johnson role. I'm talking about Cam Johnson on the Suns, not Cam Johnson on the Brooklyn Nets. He's being put in the role of, all we're asking you to do is play excellent defense and be the fifth scoring option or fourth scoring option some nights. I think in that respect, and Cam Johnson got paid eventually because he was so valuable to what Phoenix was doing, and then they traded him to Brooklyn. Or sorry, he got traded to Brooklyn, and then Brooklyn paid him in a way Phoenix was prepared not to do. So that's kind of what they're asking him to be right now, but that doesn't mean that that role isn't going to change as the quote-unquote interim beam team maybe starts to change their identity a little bit as they get more comfortable with each other.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of high school. And you go to a private high school. This is the one thing, because I went to a private high school. I went to De La Salle. And, if you go to a certain high school, it doesn't necessarily have to be private, but there are some high schools that are better than others, that have tougher curriculums than others. And we knew this because my GPA and my SAT score didn't exactly match up. I should have had a better GPA based on my SAT score, but that also said that maybe I wasn't trying enough in school, but also that the teachers I had and the curriculum was a little tougher. So when it came time to apply to UCs and state schools, I thought that I'm not going to put myself on blast, but I thought that my GPA from being at a private school with a well-known curriculum would go further than a person with a better GPA with a lesser curriculum, right? Because my SAT scores were just as good as theirs or better. Turned out that all the state schools and the UCs cared about were numbers. They were very numbers driven. Now, private colleges looked at us a little bit differently, but a lot of schools out there simply look at the numbers. So when agents are trying to convince themselves or convince these teams to pay certain amounts, the organizations can say, well, these are the numbers. The context goes out the window. So Keegan Murray, we can sit here and say, well, if Allen was at X school, he'd have a better GPA, or if Keegan was on a bad team, he'd have a better scoring numbers. But if you don't have that, depending on the school you're applying to or the team you're trying to work with, they can say, maybe, maybe not. We don't know. This is what you get.
As a UC Davis alumni, let me say, you don't even have to take the SAT anymore. That's how much of a numbers game it is.
That's right. That's right. So you better come correct with your GPA. All right. Plenty of text coming through, calls as well, and Sack Chat. We got to get to a break. On the other side, continuing the conversation, what to make with Keegan Murray and the future of the young sharpshooter. We'll also have a conversation about Tristy Rodriguez's sit-down with Malik Monk. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Wednesday. Another chilly start out there. Expect to have temperatures rebound this afternoon under partly sunny skies. Highs today will peak into the upper 50s. We'll have rain arriving after midnight tonight. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Coach Christie here letting you know the Folsom Lake Kia President's Day sales event is here. Save big with special offers on all your favorite Kia models and buy with zero down with approved credit. Join the winning team at Folsom Lake Kia.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The huge President's Day sale is on at Maida Chevy, Sacramento's Silverado headquarters.
Save $10,250 off MSRP after rebates on new half-ton Silverado LT after rebates with over 50 in stock.
And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area.
$10,250 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
I'm George Washington, and I approved this message. Not available with special financing, leasing, some other offers. 5 to the South of Western 2011 or newer Chevrolet.
You know, when it's all on the line, you need a big-time closer, and that's especially true when it comes to your garage door. And that's why I recommend National Garage Door, 638-4554. Whitey Gleason here for National Garage Door. Whether you're looking to repair an existing door or get a brand new one installed, you need National Garage Door. Family-owned and operated. They've been around since 1974 because service is their #1 priority. National Garage Door are the region's BSE, it's broken spring experts. Styles, prices, and quality of the new doors will amaze you. Our garage door was starting to sound kind of, and that's not good. So Kevin from National Garage Door came out. He said patching up the old one was an option, but we're getting a new garage door. We're pretty happy about that. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They offer sales, service, and installation on all residential and commercial doors and operators. If you have garage door needs, old ones coming apart, or you're looking to improve your curb appeal, let National Garage Door come through for you in the clutch and be your closer. 638-4554, National Garage Door.
This 49er injury report is brought to you by Jeremy Winter, attorney at law. He cares because he's been there. After an injury-plagued 2024 season, which ended 6-11 and out of the playoffs, the 49ers will focus on getting healthy in the offseason. Running backs Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, and Isaac Guerrero all suffered season-ending injuries. Left tackle Trent Williams' ankle kept him out late in the year, and Brock Purdy missed the season finale with a hurt elbow. 49ers hope to enter 2025 with a full roster back intact.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
How about you try something new this year? A resolution to enjoy what you drive. And the only way to guarantee that is at Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. And it's not just because they're centrally located right across from Hagan Oaks Golf Course or their huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. It's because their general manager, Chuck Dean, and his team, they really take the time to get to know you and your goals. To them, it's not just about a car sale. It's about building generational relationships with someone you can trust. That's why people come from all over, Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, it's where a handshake still means something.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Having a conversation about Keegan Murray. Also going to have a conversation about Malik Monk, who sat down with Tracy Rodriguez of NBC Sports California. Yeah, and I guess, Kyle, you were saying there is another level to this, and that level is the guys that are also in line to get paid this year and where Keegan fits in all that. And you have the Paolo Bancheros of the world, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, both on the Thunder, which is crazy.
Yeah, and we're using the market of players who signed their rookie scale extensions in the last 2 years, which is fine. It's the data that we have. But I think the more interesting or the more telling data will be what some of these other players in his draft class signed for, which, in fairness, Keegan could be the first one to sign. So maybe he's the one to set the market. But it's interesting when you think of it that way, because there are about 8 or 9 forwards that are eligible to sign rookie scale extensions at various prices this offseason. So maybe Keegan will be the first one to sign. Maybe one of the other ones will, and that'll set the market a little bit.
So go ahead.
Yeah, you're looking at Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren, and Paolo Banchero will probably all get maxes this offseason, I would guess. I don't know exactly what you do with Chet, but I assume Oklahoma City will sign Chet to a long-term extension, maybe with like the Zion deal with like injury guarantees or something. Then you've got, just to name a few, just forwards, Jabari Smith Jr., Nikola Jovic, Jeremy Sohan, Benedict Mathurin, Tari Eason. You could even throw Jaden Ivey in there. All those guys are eligible for extensions. And so if all of a sudden Jabari Smith Jr. is getting $150 million this offseason, does that change the market for what Keegan Murray is worth? Because if Jabari Smith is worth $30 million a year, does Keegan now get 25 a year? Does he get closer to 30 a year? It just depends on what these other players maybe signed for before Keegan.
So that is something that we will keep an eye on, and just trying to figure out, what exactly Keegan's value should be. From the 916, from Esteban, Allen, you sound as if Keegan will not grow as a player from here on out. Pretty sure he will get better and more consistent. I wouldn't say I'm worried about Keegan in that way. I'm just looking at it from a time perspective, and the extension is coming up this offseason. If there was another year, then number one, we wouldn't even be talking about it. But number two, we could sit there and say, hey, there's another year to see how Keegan will develop. So it's more about the way things are set up right now. How could we feel like Keegan is going to just bounce into another category based on that timeline? So the timeline, to me, is more of the question than the fact of the matter, whether or not I think Keegan will eventually get there, because that matters too, right? These guys, they come out of come into the league so early, and it's the weirdest situation where they have plenty of time and they're still young, but as other guys, you are directly measured against other guys in your class or in your age range. And if other dudes in your age range are taking leaps, albeit maybe not fair because of their situations, if you're on a bad team or something like that, that's who you're measured against. And Keegan, maybe he did himself a disservice with how well he played that first year, because everyone keeps bringing back up what he did that rookie year, and those expectations completely skyrocketed. We have to figure out where those expectations should eventually land. And I don't think anybody knows where they should land right now. Some people think that he should be taking the opportunity. Some people think that he's not being given the opportunity. Mike Brown tried to say, hey, he needs to take more initiative when he wants to get going. We don't really know what Doug Christie thinks about it. I haven't heard Doug Christie talk a lot about Keegan offensively. It's a lot just defensively in general. You bring in Zach LaVine, and I think the Kings' priority right now is getting Zach LaVine going because they're trying to save face from this De'Aaron Fox thing. So if you look at the priority list, I don't even know how high Keegan offensively is on the priority list, which is something that the camp could throw back and say, so you put Keegan on the back burner, and now you don't want to pay him what he's worth. And the Kings could say, we tried to put him in a better situation, and he had opportunities and didn't take them. So I think it's going to be a level of finding the middle ground, as most things in life are, where it's, hey, Keegan probably could have took some more initiative, and hey, we should have got Keegan. We could have given Keegan more of the driver's seat to be that third option. Because, starting the season, I think the hope was, starting the season, Malik was on the bench. So you had De'Aaron, first option, Sabonis, second option, and I guess DeRozan slides into that third. But what were you supposed to do after Keegan's second season where he had opportunities? If Keegan took last season by the you-know-whats, then we're not bringing in, and even bringing in DeMar DeRozan, his brother is 35.
Yeah, but DeMar DeRozan isn't part of the Kings' long-term future.
No.
Keegan Murray's more likely to have an increased role when DeMar DeRozan leaves. Now, does that mean the Kings are going to get better? That depends how much of an offensive leap Keegan Murray makes.
So I'm paying Keegan Murray more money because he's going to have to do more? Is that what you're saying?
That depends on what the vision of the organization is, which, by the way, depending on who's handing out the contract, it could be Monty McNair, it could be a new GM. We don't know. So all of that's at play when it comes to the Keegan contract, but the market itself is relatively straightforward. And I would imagine if this front office is the one who's doling out the extension this offseason.
And that's another great point. Might not even be them.
That's what it could be them, it could not be. There's a lot of factors at play, but if it is them, I would imagine Keegan Murray was the highest draft pick they've had in their tenure.
Mm-hmm.
He's delivered results about as well as you could ask for a number 4 pick in the draft. We'd like him to be better, sure. Mm-hmm. But if you look at the other players in his draft class, Jaden Ivey, I think they're fine with drafting Keegan over Jaden Ivey. Benedict Mathurin, I think they're fine drafting Keegan over him. Jeremy Sohan, I think they're happy they took Keegan there. So, all of that to say, this front office has invested so much in Keegan Murray, I would imagine they want to prioritize signing Keegan Murray long-term. It's all going to be a negotiation, and we don't know who's going to be making those negotiations when the time comes.
On the other side, we get to the Malik Monk conversation. Still some text coming in on Keegan, so we still have some things to wrap up there. But we hear from Malik Monk and what he had to say about Trissie Rodriguez taking the keys of the franchise. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the President's Day sales event?
It's time for some good old-fashioned doorbusters. Right now, save up to $20,000 off MSRP on remaining new 2024 Ram trucks. That's the kind of savings you don't usually see until Memorial Day, and definitely not on Ram heavy duties. But this weekend at Hoblet, it's happening.
And you have 30 to choose from?
That's right. Plus, you can also get 0% financing for 72 months on a bunch of new models, including hybrids. But you better hurry in. These deals only last through President's Day.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet. Period. 20,000 total net savings after 13,000 factory rebates and 7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 10% off MSRP factory cash. Sample VIN savings 8013 plus 4,000 Hoblet Select inventory coupons and 1,000 trade-in assistance for 2005 or newer under 160,000 mile vehicle. Sample VIN 371844. 0% financing for 72 months on new Wagoneer S, 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE, and 2024 Dodge Hornet. $13.89 per thousand finance on approved credit through Stellantis Financial. See dealer for details.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Ever have one of those days where your gut just feels blah?
Ugh, yes.
Occasional bloating or gas could be signs that your gut is out of balance. But Align Probiotic can help. Align 24/7 Digestive Support is a daily use probiotic with a unique strain to help relieve occasional digestive issues. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. So when you feel the signs, it's time to try Align. Align Probiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Elk Grove Honda reports that Honda has earned 3 coveted 2025 Car and Driver 10 Best Awards for the 3rd year in a row, honoring the Honda Civic, Honda Accord, and Honda CR-V. Honda Accord wins for a record 39th time. You can see and drive all the new 2025 award-winning models at Elk Grove Honda and see why Honda cars and trucks continue to impress the critics. We are Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
So I am reading this with the caveat that I don't know. It looks legit. I'll say that. It looks legit. But the timing is kind of weird here as we do some detective work on the De'Aaron Fox thing and unfollowing Domantas Sabonis. So that came out, this morning or last night? So this is where the timeline is a little sticky because a Sacramento Kings Instagram account, which is, has a pretty decent following, Sac Kings Talk, all right? They post today, De'Aaron Fox is in his villain era. This is from 3 hours ago. And then an hour ago, they post a conversation that De'Aaron had under one of his posts, right? So what's weird to me is that they're deciding Sac Kings Talk is posting this now, and maybe they posted it before, but this was a day ago. So De'Aaron posted a day ago about the Spurs. It was just one of his posts, right? So maybe why this is just coming out now, I'm not sure. But in the screenshot from Sac Kings Talk, and it does look like De'Aaron, but nowadays with AI, it gets very confusing. In the screenshot, somebody asked De'Aaron on his post, why did you unfollow Sabonis? Allegedly, again, this does look like De'Aaron, but everything is gone now, so he probably deleted it even if it was true. So why did you unfollow Sabonis? Swipe of the Fox says, don't care to see it. Why is that your problem? Daniel says, dang, like that? All right. Swiper says, like what? I don't care to see it. A couple other guys hop in. That's your boy, though. De'Aaron's answer, we were teammates. It's okay not to be close to everybody. Now, again, I can't see it on De'Aaron's Instagram now. If it was posted, it has since been deleted. The screenshot looks legit. It says author right next to De'Aaron. So, how this thing got cooked up, it looks legit. And if it is true, I tried to tell y'all that these guys aren't all that close. I tried to tell you guys. I tried. But everybody wants to think that because, you still talk to your buddy from CYO in third grade, that's how these dudes are. They're not. Now, like I said, and we'll get back to the Malik Monk thing, like I said, it is weird to go out of your way. If you're so happy in your new relationship, why do you care what Domantas Sabonis, the most unproblematic player maybe on the earth, okay, or on earth, is saying? Why do you have to unfollowing Malik Monk would actually make more sense because Malik said, hey, if that's where he wants to go, that's where he wants to go. But you unfollow Domantas Sabonis, that's just kind of weird. Does it still hurt you to see the purple beam? Domantas Sabonis, most of his posts are about his family, wine, and when the Kings win.
I'm going to need a second source because I think you might have gotten sentelled here.
Did I?
It's possible. And the reason I say that is only because the last 2 days there's been a viral Centel post going around that has now 22 million impressions on Twitter of him editing a Kim Kardashian, Luka Doncic text exchange. And so a lot of these team accounts have been making fake.
But this was Instagram.
I'm sorry, Instagram is what I meant. Sorry, these fake Instagram exchanges where I can't read it on the air. Okay. But this has been a trend on NBA Twitter the last 2 days of making fake Instagram comment responses.
That's why I said allegedly. I don't know.
Based on...
But it's definitely believable.
I need a second source. You might be getting sentelled here.
The only reason I know, and I know some of the, like I said, the past millennials are probably getting annoyed here. The only reason I think that it might not be real, funny enough, is because De'Aaron on his responses only have, unless he deleted it immediately, which is also possible, he's got 1 like on one comment, no likes on another, and 2 likes on the other. If De'Aaron actually said that, it would have blew up. So either he posted it and immediately deleted it, or it's not real. One of the two.
I think the only reason I'm hesitant is because the trend on NBA Twitter the last 2 days has been to make fake Instagram and text comments with famous people based on a Kim Kardashian, Luka Doncic joke that I just sent you, but I don't know if I'm allowed to read on the air.
So we will continue. I know everyone is just on the edge of their seats about breaking all this down. So we're trying to figure it out for you. As we get back to the text line, we're also going to get into this Malik Monk conversation that he had with Trissy Rodriguez, friend of the show. I don't know if I can say this on the air or not, so I'm going to err on the side of caution and say this 916 is saying, you guys are some type of inebriated. I will say it like that. You guys are inebriated. They are not giving Keegan anything close to max unless he goes off in the second half of the year, and I don't see it. Good, solid player, limited offensively. Yeah, I never know what people mean when they say you guys, because Kyle nor myself said that Keegan is getting the max. Look, he could go off in the second half, but yeah, he's not. No, I don't think the conversation is not Keegan getting the max. We don't even know if Keegan is going to get a second tier deal. That's what we didn't even talk about the max.
Yeah, we just kind of brushed past that. Like, yes, he's not going to get a max. The second tier contracts, we'll see. I don't know exactly how the market's going to shape out, but I would guess, based on the numbers we did, he's going to be somewhere between 10 or 20 and 25 million a year,
Yes.
which, again, the difference between that is 5 years, 100 million or 4 years, 100 million. That's a not insignificant gap in price they have to come back on, but I feel like it's close enough that the Kings will go to the negotiating table and maybe iron out an extension, and maybe it'll be after Jabari Smith gets his contract.
Yeah, and I personally, I don't see why Keegan's camp would say no, besides what you're saying, which is, hey, well, Keegan's role is, by the time he gets paid, Keegan's role may be larger, but Zach LaVine could opt in. Even if, I think the better argument is DeMar DeRozan, because Zach LaVine could easily say, yeah, I want $48 million. So Zach LaVine might still be in Sacramento. DeMar DeRozan is really the conversation of, hey, am I going to be Malik Monk is the big three, and I guess the big four. So it's Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, Sabonis, and Keegan Murray. So at that point, I'm more DeMar DeRozan from a usage standpoint, so I should be getting paid more. So that's very possible. Some people are a bit confused at the Centel thing that you brought up, Kyle. So I'll just quickly break all that down. So NBA Central is a really big social media account that follows actual NBA news. So in Elon's Twitter, NBA Centel was created, where it's spelled a little differently, and they create fake stuff, but they tag real people, and it gets really confusing. And Chris Watkins, my guy, has actually muted them because he doesn't want to get Centelled, as they say. And a lot of people have gotten Centelled, from coaches to players, and Centelled means that you fell for a fake report. Now, Centel did not post this conversation. This is coming directly from other Kings fans on Twitter. We just don't know if one of them made it up because they're mad at De'Aaron.
Well, and because the trend, I've seen it on Thunder Twitter and some other places just pop up. The trend the last couple days has been to make fake Instagram and text comments between famous people, because the Centel account made a fake conversation between Kim Kardashian and Luka Doncic that currently has 22 million views on X. So everyone's making that joke, but with their own players over the last couple days. So
a big favorite is they love to tag Draymond and say stuff, similar to, I'm missing my kid's birthday because LeBron is going to play today, and they'll tag Draymond and things like that. Maybe
we're too in the weeds. So for those who might be older internet people, instead of Centel, it's the Adrian Wojnarowskis or the Adam Shifter or something.
If you read it quickly, you can miss it.
You would believe it.
So we don't know if that's for sure or not. I'm sure by the time this show ends, we will know that. What we are sure of is that Malik Monk has the keys to the castle. Let's talk about what Malik brings to the table as he has a conversation with Tracy Rodriguez about what happens next now that he is the man in Sacramento. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Pelicans. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3:30. Tip off at 5.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down.
Look at that sweet moolah!
That big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers. See taxslayer.com for eligibility.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Sky Rizzy and Clear Skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from my good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, yeah, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hey, Marvel comic fans, the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento is now serving adult beverages. This week, get ready for Captain America, Brave New World, the IMAX experience. The best place to immerse yourself in Marvel comic action is on the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen with heart-pounding audio.
You asked for me. Here I am. Captain America, caught without his wings.
You want me? Come and get me! Get your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento. And don't miss Captain America, Brave New World, playing this week at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online. I read that Black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 arriving from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2.
Last call for accountant and home office. 1 minute.
LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation data centers with service to IRS. All aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Okay, I know I said we're not going to talk. We're going to move forward. But can I just say, March 7th, the popcorn, The other thing to remember here, when everybody says, right, those millennials that are older than me, because I think I'm right in the middle at 34, and those that are non-millennials, a little bit older than that, we love you, the OGs. Let us remember that it might not matter to you, but these dudes are all younger than all of us besides Kyle. So this social media stuff, it may not be a big deal to you, but this is how these kids and these dudes operate. So it might not be a big deal to you. It might be a big deal to them. So this morning, where am I going with this? This morning, when I'm doing all my Olivia Benson detective work, all right, on the De'Aaron Fox Sabonis thing, of course, after I checked De'Aaron Fox to see if it was clear that he unfollowed Sabonis, where did I go? I went to Sabonis to see who he was following. And I remember this in part because I still have somewhat of a photographic memory, even in my old age. And in other part, because I thought the other Fox that he followed was really funny. So this morning when I checked, I saw that Domantas Sabonis followed De'Aaron Fox and Jamie Foxx. I just thought it was funny that he followed Jamie Foxx. It felt a little bit random to me. Just checked during the break about a minute ago. Again, look, you might not care, but just think of it as your kids, and they care. This is a big deal to them. As of about a minute ago, maybe longer than that, because obviously the show's been going on, but now it's going around social media. Domantas Sabonis has unfollowed De'Aaron Fox.
When it breaks,
We have it first.
it's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
I'm telling you, man. And turn that off, Kyle. I'm going to get in trouble. So I don't know what happened, but you do not unfollow someone because you don't feel like you didn't see that you don't want to see their stuff anymore. Something happened.
Now it's personal.
Something happened. I don't know if it has to do with Doug Christie taking over. I don't know if it has to do with the Mike Brown relationship between De'Aaron and where Sabonis fits in there. I don't know. But you leave, you go where you want to go to play with the generational player, and the first thing you do is unfollow Mr. Unproblematic Domantas Sabonis, who is not throwing shots at you that we know of. March 7th cannot get here soon enough. I think there's real beef getting grilled up somewhere. I don't know how. I don't know what happened, but I'm telling y'all, these 27-year-old Gen Z, this is a big deal.
Do you have Swipe of the Fox up on Instagram right now?
Just his profile?
Yeah, just pull it up.
Sure.
And then I want to see. Does he follow Malik Monk?
Probably. I would have to check.
We got to get the data real quick. Is it just a Sabonis thing?
Guarantee you he still follows Malik Monk.
But I'm curious.
He still follows Malik Monk.
Okay, so it's just a Sabonis thing, maybe? I don't know if any other Kings have an Instagram. I just know Malik.
Right.
does.
I mean, that's the three, right? I can check. Does
I know
Keegan even
doesn't.
have one?
I know Keegan does not.
I don't know what happened, man. Keegan does have an Instagram, and he does follow Keegan. So specifically Sabonis. And 209, we're joking about the breaking news. They announced De'Aaron unfollowed Sabonis, but I announced Sabonis unfollowed De'Aaron. Try to keep up, 209.
When it breaks.
Thank you. 916 says, breaking news, Sabonis no longer likes pasta. But did he unfollow pasta on Instagram?
No, he only followed Jamie Foxx.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, March 7th is going to be popcorn. Popcorn.
I really hope we don't boo De'Aaron.
Oh, he's getting booed.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Some people will, but those people are lame.
You can call him lame, you can call him what you want, but there will be some boos. But Kyle, why do this?
I know the text line's going to blow up now. Let me just say, my principled stance is if you boo anybody, you're lame. It's not specifically a De'Aaron thing. If you boo another person, you are lame.
You can do what you want. That's Kyle, not Allen Stiles. Why is De'Aaron doing this? Just go to the Riverwalk. Why are you moving like this? I don't understand it. 916-339-1140. Maybe TC will get us back on the right track. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
What's up, big dogs?
Hey.
Hey, look, so check it out before we vibe. Hey, look, I'm not gonna make too much of the whole like Fox unfollowing Domas. I mean, it is what it is. 5 is in San Antonio, bro, and we moving on. So at the end of the day, bro, we just gonna let it be. Like, we gotta talk about it, Allen. I get it, but like, we ain't gonna really make a big deal out of it. The boys are so focused on what they need to focus on, like Malik. And I get what you were saying. Sometimes it can be overblown with the friendship,
right?
But like, bro, we gonna let it go, bro. We know how Henry Richey is on the text. Like, we gonna leave that alone, Kings fans. We got bigger and better other stuff we trying to worry about.
All right, that's all you got?
Yeah, that's all I got, Alex.
Thanks for the call, TC. I think this is fun because some people are just very annoyed at the conversation, and some people are just completely into it. The bottom line is, take the social media out of it, because I know a lot of people hate social media. The larger point is that something happened. And pretty soon here, we're going to find out. A lot of people chiming in. I will buy tickets from the 916. I will buy tickets just to boo Fox. Another 916, please stop with the online nonsense. Hey, I'm sorry, 916. If you're going to tell us to stop, can you make sure to tell us you don't have to say your age, but just the generation, because I'm trying to see something here. I'm trying to see something. If you are a millennial saying to stop, that hits a little bit different than if you're a boomer saying someone to stop. I just want to know. I'm trying to figure this out. And Charms Mojo says, let's buy tickets to boo Kyle. All right. You can call in and boo Kyle, but he's got to screen you, so he might not let that happen. 916-339-1140. I have no clue. People might be calling in to say, shut up, Allen. I have no clue, but I'm telling y'all, I told y'all I like drama, and this stuff is happening on the show.
I think they're calling about the booing thing. I said the thing, and now everyone's going to get upset.
Good. They should.
No, they shouldn't. You're lame if you boo another human being.
530 says, breaking news, I just unfollowed De'Aaron Fox too. You want to know something, 530? I did this morning.
You followed De'Aaron Fox?
I did until this morning. 916
says, do you follow Jamie Foxx?
No. 916 says, I'm 48. Boo Fox. That's right. Let's get to Louie. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Louie? What you got for us? Louie.
Oh, I know Kyle screwed my call, but I wanted to call in. I think you're lame for calling another human being lame. You know what I got to say about that to you, Kyle? Boo!
Louie.
Love you guys.
Love you, Louie. Thanks for the call, man. That was Louie. Kyle got booed.
Yeah.
Oh no, I did you screen this one? Now I'm worried. Let's get to JR. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, JR? What you got for us?
Boo!
A ghost.
Booed my child's school teacher at a school play. Oh, it's the funnest thing is to boo someone.
That's right.
I love to be booed myself. I've been booed many a time. It's awesome.
That's right.
And I just unfollowed Fox on my AOL account, so you know.
Thanks for the call, JR. Hotmail, AOL. Kyle doesn't know what any of that is. My AOL name was ATAZ321. That's right. 916-339-1140. Kyle is screening some more calls. We'll let you know when you're ready to go. I'm saying, man, all right? Look, I'm trying to move on, people. Every time I try to move on, something else happens. It's on fire right now. I can't do anything about it. It's not me. I want to get to this Malik Monk conversation with our girl Tristy. We know that. Okay? 916 says Kyle wouldn't boo Draymond. That's from Jim. 916, I don't think he would. I really don't think he would. You know, that's not what he does. And he can't answer right now because he's taking calls. Let's get to CJ, who just got through, wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, CJ? What you got for us?
How we doing, Styles?
Good, man. Good. How you doing?
I'm good, man. All I got to say, bro, is Fox has always been a diva. He was a diva before the Tyrese Halliburton thing happened. There was a whole thing is what, he didn't want to play, and he was throwing fits about that. Then we traded Tyrese, and he was happy. Been a diva with the rest. Been a diva about this whole situation. And there's just this also kind of like unspoken rule about where I come from is like the loudest person that's always having to explain themselves and further elaborate on a story is usually the person that's pretty insecure about the way that they're conducting themselves or about the situation itself. Carmichael Dave to explain his comments on texting other players.
Yeah.
And, you know, the whole Instagram thing, he's just doing too much. So that just kind of gives me a sign that, hey, bro, you insecure about yourself and the way you conducted yourself. And, man, just go on to San Antonio and do your thing, man. You know, you gotta be mad.
That's a great call, CJ, because it is that thing where it's, well, I don't like drama. Y'all the ones creating drama. Y'all the ones doing this. Okay, if you say so, I don't care. But if you don't care, stop talking about it. You cannot tell me that in this day and age, De'Aaron Fox didn't unfollow, and maybe he doesn't care, right? De'Aaron Fox unfollowed Sabonis and didn't think some crazo fan was going to notice it and make a thing out of it. Again, you can mute people and nobody knows. There was no reason to do this. No reason. Just be happy in San Antonio. It's the person, to CJ's point, always saying, I don't like drama. I don't want drama. I don't want this. I don't want that. But they're creating more of the same thing. If you don't want drama, then don't create drama. You don't have to do it. 916-339-1140. We know how this stuff goes. Kyle's saying we got to go break. I don't want to go to break. We got to go to break. All right, we got to go to break. Paul and Casey, you lead us after the break. What's going to happen next? What is going to happen next? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
At Stockton Honda, we know how to honor a great deal. Like right now, during our President's Day sales event, you can find star-spangled savings on some of our best models. Why not stop in today and see for yourself? Save thousands with low APR financing and great lease rates on over 500 new Hondas at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends over at Jiffy Lube, and they want to show some customer love this month with their February oil change deals you can find online today. Visit jiffylube.com and find a service center near you to see these sweetheart deals. Get it? During the month of February. Here's what you do. Drive into savings at jiffylube.com today and let yourself save in the month of February. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
No new updates here for just now joining us. If you're just now joining us and you have kids that are, what I would say, over the age of 13, this might feel like a flashback for you or something that you often deal with. Or if you remember when you were in high school, this might bring you back. I know social media wasn't necessarily around when a lot of us were in high school, but somebody, well, I don't even know what the equivalent would be. Somebody says that, hey, somebody's not responding to you on AOL Messenger, but their away message isn't on, so clearly they're just ignoring you. I guess that's somewhat similar. I guess you could block people on MySpace.
You had MySpace in high school? Oh, that's cool.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I did. I had MySpace. I had a backwards hat on, and my song was some Lil Wayne song. That's right. It was a very good MySpace. And yeah, I'm sure there was some people blocking others, or you get removed. I don't know why I'm looking at you, Kyle. You don't remember this. The top 8 friends on MySpace. If somebody got removed, you break up with your girl. Hey, you're out of the top 8 friends. Or your friend starts dating your ex. Hey, you're out of the top 8 friends. I guess this is similar to that. If you then go on to block them, as we are following De'Aaron Fox blocking or unfollowing Domantas Sabonis. Domantas Sabonis today unfollowing De'Aaron Fox, trying to figure out why we're even here. A lot of times people say, hey, these dudes don't even handle their accounts. Yeah, I think they do in this situation. So we're going to get to Malik Monk's convo with Trissy. Also, another piece and another part of Brendan Nunez's story on SacktownSports.com right now, how the buyout looks for the Sacramento Kings and how much wiggle room they have there. So we will get to all of that. We're going to get to these phone lines first, though. 916-339-1140. Paul wants to join us. What's up, Paul? What you got for us?
Good afternoon, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
So listen, to me, De'Aaron Fox is acting like a child.
Mm-hmm.
Acting like a child in a way that when children really want, or a child really wants attention, they get into mischief just to get that attention, right?
Right.
So basically, that's the way I look at it. I also think, too, the way this is boiling out, that him and Sabonis were never close as teammates. And, you know, if he would have went to the Lakers or if he would have went to the Warriors, there's definitely more of an instant reason to boo, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think De'Aaron has reached that level yet. He may in the future. But you know what, guys? You know who didn't get booed? Is Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles over the weekend. Outside of the Kansas City area, the Philadelphia Eagles did not get booed, won that championship, brought it back to Philly. But, yeah, this stuff's getting crazy with De'Aaron Fox.
Thanks for the call, Paul. Great stuff. Yeah.
I should have cut him off as soon as he started talking about the Eagles.
No, let him talk about the Eagles.
I'm still
Eagles, fly.
I'm still a little sad about that.
That's right. Thanks for the call, Paul. Yeah, the conversation about it's just more about it's unnecessary. That's the word I keep going back to. If you are happy with what you're doing, well, why does it matter? And I don't want to say I told you so. But the Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox thing was probably the most obvious thing that we never talked about, just as far as their relationship. And when De'Aaron started to have some of these, I don't want to say demands, but for lack of a better term, demands, where Domantas Sabonis fit and all that, I had this conversation months ago. And it was, funny enough, if you brought in Jonas Valanciunas and Kyle Kuzma and replaced Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray with those guys, what would De'Aaron Fox look like? Where it was a more traditional setup, and it's more about Sabonis and Valanciunas than it is about Keegan and Kyle Kuzma, where it's a more traditional setup. Sabonis it does not have the ball as much. What would De'Aaron's numbers look like? Now, that has nothing to do with their relationship, but at the same time, there is something to be said about the fact that we never talked about the relationship between Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox just because they were the two best players. So we just assumed they were on the same page, and seems like they kind of weren't. 916, please, God, get to the Malik interview. He still plays for the Kings. Hey, 916, when the calls stop coming, I'll get to it. You know the rules. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Casey. Then we got Angelo. What's up, Casey? What you got for us?
Hey, so I got a funny story for you.
Okay.
Regarding De'Aaron Fox and his wife on Twitter.
Uh-oh.
So I went hard at De'Aaron Fox back in 2023 when he missed 2 games because of the birth of his child. And the second game was in New Orleans, and I believe that he was in Texas. He could have done a...
Casey, you got on him for missing games because of the birth of his child?
For missing more than 1 game. I said 1 game's fine, but more than 2 or two or more is not acceptable to me. That was the Beam Team season. We were in a playoff run. We were playing New Orleans, who had already been stomping us, and I was upset that he was missing games.
Uh-huh.
And De'Aaron Fox didn't respond. I only tagged him, but his wife responded and came at me with like 20 tweets. You can go back and look at them on her account from February of 2023. And she came, I posted a picture of Jason Kelsey saying that his wife, who was pregnant at the time, and he was playing in the Super Bowl. He was bringing an OBGYN to the Super Bowl just in case the wife had the baby.
Casey.
All right, we gotta stop for a second.
Casey!
That's crazy.
Casey.
That's crazy.
Thanks for the call, Casey. Casey, you can't be doing that.
He brought an OBGYN to the Super Bowl. Yeah, that's an insane thing to do.
Well, I don't know if that was the joke or not. I can't tell. I don't know if that was a joke or not.
I think he was serious about you gotta play, but I just
Casey.
Man, that was not where I was expecting.
Yeah.
And I thought you were hard on De'Aaron Fox. I'm like, wow.
Casey, you can't be they can miss as many games as they need to, Casey.
Zach LaVine had a child 4 days before getting traded to the Kings.
But at least he was playing.
And I would have been fine if LaVine said, "You know what? I need a couple games."
Yeah. Casey's a frequent caller. We appreciate you, Casey, but you can't be chasing down people when they're having kids, Casey. 916-339-1140. Let's go to Angelo, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Kate? What's up, Angelo? What you got for us?
What's going on, guys? Hey, I just hopped on, started listening like 10 minutes ago. Did you guys see the interaction back and forth on Instagram with Fox and a fan?
Yes, we're trying to confirm if it's real or not, though.
Screenshot in front of me. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Seems like, right? Fox goes back and forth, and so does his wife. But anyways, back to what you were saying between Domas and Fox, right? I think the falling out kind of between them, that first season when Domas got here after the Tyrese trade, they seemed to be real close. All that good stuff. Mike came on, fantastic. So Bonus it wasn't public, but he's been a critic of Mike Brown's rotations, right? And obviously Domas or Fox and Mike clearly are good friends and are on the same page. And I think after the Mike Brown firing, I think the Kings kind of chose Domas over Fox to be the leader of the team, right? And I think that was your opinion on it, but I think that was a good move because Domas is class act, right? Even if Domas asks out in 2 months, whatever it is, man, it's not going to go down the way this went down.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Angelo. Great stuff. I do have, I promise, okay, the phone lines we've got there. 916 and everyone else. I promise.
Before we move on, Angelo, if you're listening, there's a chance that was a fake tweet conversation.
No, but hold on now. So could still be, but 5 minutes ago, Brendan Nunez did quote tweet it, and I would like to believe that, let's just say if Brendan is quote tweeting it, there's a better chance that it is real, and this is what Brendan had to say. And I promise we can close the loop. Well, I'm not going to make any promises in case a call comes in, but we are moving forward after this real quick. Brendan says, teammates are not always friends, guys, LOL. A lot more to it than what people realize. Here you go. Just think about who, and this is what Angelo was talking about. Just think about who was on what side of the Brown-Christie coaching change. For example, Fox isn't doing himself any favors with all this for sure. But also, Brendan says, who cares who they're following? Seems to be his point here, and I tend to agree. So that's what Brendan is saying. So if you read between the lines there, kind of like what I was alluding to, I don't know, a couple segments ago when we started this, there is something there. Look, you have, very simple, okay? You have De'Aaron Fox and how close he was with Mike Brown, and you have Domantas Sabonis and how close he was with Doug Christie. Doug Christie's his personal coach. There were conversations to be had when you have a Doug Christie. You have the reports from Carmichael Dave, okay, saying that one of those two assistant coaches were going to have to be fired, all right? They don't get fired, and now all of a sudden, Doug Christie jumps from the 4th seat on the bench. He leapfrogs from the 4th seat on the bench to the 1st. So with that, we can move forward, unless more calls come in. But with that, we can move forward, and it's very obvious here there are two sides, and maybe things didn't end as nicely as we all would have hoped. But again, such is life. Malik Monk talking to Tracy Rodriguez. We have all those quotes for you on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
This 49er injury report is brought to you by Jeremy Winter, attorney at law. He cares because he's been there. After an injury-plagued 2024 season, which ended 6-11 and out of the playoffs, the 49ers will focus on getting healthy in the offseason. Running backs Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, and Isaac Guerrero all suffered season-ending injuries. Left tackle Trent Williams' ankle kept him out late in the year, and Brock Purdy missed the season finale with a hurt elbow. 49ers hope to enter 2025 with a full roster back intact.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
Okay, guys, who is done with their Valentine's Day shopping? What are you waiting for? Stop putting off your Valentine's Day shopping and go to Prestigio Jewelers today.
She's right. Prestigio Jewelers has everything you need for Valentine's this year. And you're approved to guaranteed. No credit, bad credit, even bankruptcy? 6 months proof of income guarantees you a credit line of $400 to $10,000. Time is running out. Make this a Valentine's Day she'll never forget. Visit one of our showrooms today or online at prestigiojewelers.com.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions. Plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Look, Casey, you know you're my guy. You call in. We love when you call in, but your fellow Kings fans are dragging you, Case. They're dragging you good. They're dragging you good. I just had to let you know.
That was kind of crazy. Because Casey's called in a bunch to this show before.
Yeah.
He's had pretty, not over-the-top opinions or takes, and then just to drop in, oh, yeah, by the way, I fought or say Fox on Instagram because of De'Aaron sitting out an extra game.
That extra game? Get back out there, man. You didn't have the baby.
I don't want to do this, man. I'm
just kidding.
I don't understand any of this world.
916-339-1140. 916 is saying, because I was out on Friday when Dave broke that news. 916 is saying, well, nobody's talking about those coaches that Dave brought up that Mike Brown was asked to fire one of them, one or the other, which is also just a weird request. How is that not awkward? That's what the 916 is asking. No, it is awkward. And that is probably the easiest thing to confirm, easiest way to confirm that, assuming that Doug hangs on and gets a contract and gets the interim tag removed, he will be looking for a brand new staff. So I'm sure it is awkward. The whole season been awkward. Dang. So yeah, you're definitely not wrong, 916. It's for sure awkward.
Oh, yeah, and you've seen the reports because Leonard Hamilton is retiring as the Florida State head basketball coach, and Luke Laux, who's a former Florida State player, is connected very much to the job. Now, they're not going out and hiring yet because Leonard's going to finish the season, but I would imagine that's where Luke Laux is possibly headed at the end of this season. So, yeah it would be a situation where the people who were hired by Mike may not have the same loyalties to Doug Christie, despite the fact that Doug has been the coach for the last 50 games.
And again, to go back to how this thing ended up, right? It's the same thing. I don't know if Mike Brown's son, because he was on the staff, I don't know if he still is. This just becomes it's awkward, but it's also still a resume builder. You're still connected to this until somebody gives you your layoff notice. Everything that you do is connected to them. So yeah, it's awkward, but I got a job to do. It could be awkward, and this isn't major league, but it could be awkward. But if I'm one of those two guys and I can say, look, this organization has been a dumpster fire, and in the 3 years I was there, we got to the playoffs twice. So, and one of the times we lost the head coach and we had to scramble. So you can go somewhere with any type of conversation. And again, it makes maybe the Kings look worse. The report coming out is weird because, that stuff just doesn't tend to happen very often. So it just turns into, hey, look at the success we had. For some odd reason, wasn't good enough for the Kings. And I don't think it affects either of them negatively. But is it awkward? Hell yeah, it's awkward.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And the Kings have 4 coaches, if my math is correct, 4 coaches on the roster right now who have been there since the Beam Team season. A couple people left to join Jordy when he went to Brooklyn, so it's not as many as you would expect. But Jay Triano, Luke Laux, Doug Christie, Leandro Barbosa, those are guys who have been there for each of the last 3 seasons since Mike took over the team. And all of the other guys were quote unquote Mike Brown hires apart from Doug. So that doesn't necessarily mean they are going to be back next year or guaranteed to come back next year. I mentioned the Luke Laux thing earlier. Jay Triano's in a bit of a different situation because he's been a head coach in the league before. He's 66 years old. He's probably not going to be a head coach again in the NBA. So maybe Triano looks at it and says, hey, I'd like to stay on as the offensive coordinator. I've got a good thing going here. But for those other guys, I mean, there's plenty of opportunities. Barbosa's a rising coach in the league. I mentioned Laux in Florida State. Jim Moran's in his first year with the team. Ricardo Foyce has been here for a couple years. So, yeah, there's a lot of coaching movement around the league, especially when You have, Lindsey Harding has gone from being on the bench to the Stockton Kings coach to now with the Lakers. Like, assistant coaches move around quite a bit in the NBA. So I would imagine you're going to see some reshuffling this offseason.
916-339-1140. All right, let's get to this Malik Monk interview. As Malik Monk was asked, he talked to Tristy Rodriguez, friend of the show. We got to have Tristy back on soon. Malik Monk was asked if he imagined being on the Kings without Fox, his college teammate at Kentucky. Here is what Malik Monk had to say. Hell nah. Hell nah. It's crazy. I think everybody's still shocked about it. And then at that time, they had a game tonight. So he says, but we got a game tonight. So those are things you got to work on. Tristy goes on to write, from questioning whether he belonged in the league during his time in Charlotte to finding a home in Sacramento 2 years ago to being named a bona fide starter this season to now being presented with a unique opportunity for the first time in his life. Monk won't take the moment for granted. Everything, Monk told NBC Sports California when asked what the opportunity means to him. If you want to be an NBA player, you want the opportunity to have a team and a city behind you. I think I got that right now. I got to make the most out of it. And, look, as we slowly but surely turn the page from that dude in San Antonio to the future of the Sacramento Kings, one thing is for sure. I don't know. Is he the most pure point guard in the league? No. Okay. But one thing I will never have to question about Malik Monk is whether or not he is bringing it every single night. And to me, I will take that over a specific skill set or whatever the case may be, turnovers this and turnovers that. I will take somebody that I know and to me, I get in for free because of the media pass, right? But especially if I go as a fan and I'm spending my hard-earned money with my blood, sweat, and tears, and I got to go pay extra money because my kid wants nachos or they want the carne asada fries, whatever it is, I'm going to sit my butt down, and I don't know if we're going to walk out of there with a win. I don't know if we're going to see a beam or if daddy, there's no beam. No, there's no beam tonight, sweetie. But I know this. It's not from a lack of effort. It's not from a lack of, does he have it tonight? Does he want to be there? I will never have to worry about that with Malik Monk. And to me, that makes his contract, that makes him being on this team worth every single penny. And to me, that's more important where this team currently is than, well, we have this person when they're ready to take it to that level. Malik Monk, for better or for worse, you're going to get the Malik Monk experience every single night. And to me, that is what matters. On the other side, we get back into the buyout Q&A that Brendan Nunes did and whether or not the Kings are in a good position to make a move. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Pelicans. Team night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3:30. Tip off at 5.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online. I read that Black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 rising from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2.
Last call for accountant at home office, 1 minute.
LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation data centers with service to IRS. All aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's happening for the President's Day sales event?
It's time for some good old-fashioned doorbusters. Right now, save up to $20,000 off MSRP on remaining new 2024 Ram trucks. That's the kind of savings you don't usually see until Memorial Day. and definitely not on Ram heavy duties. But this weekend at Hoblet, it's happening.
And you have 30 to choose from?
That's right. Plus, you can also get 0% financing for 72 months on a bunch of new models, including hybrids. But you better hurry in. These deals only last through President's Day.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet. Period. 20,000 total net savings after 13,000 factory rebates and 7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 10% off MSRP factory cash. Sample VIN savings 8013 plus 4,000 Hoblet Select inventory coupons and 1,000 trade-in assistance for 2005 or newer under 160,000 mile vehicle. Sample VIN 371844. 0% financing for 72 months on new Wagoneer S, 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE, and 2024 Dodge Hornet. $13.89 per thousand finance on approved credit through Stellantis Financial. See dealer for details.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
You want buyout market? We'll talk buyout market. We're about to do that. 279 on the text line says, I'm with you, Allen. I'll take Monk's Heart. I didn't want to say it because people say to move on. Over Fox's speed every day of the week and twice on Sundays. Look, it's not a competition. But I will say this. It's nice to, look, win, lose, or draw, you know that they're going to empty the tank. Right? And that's how I feel about the team right now. Maybe it's a low bar, but that's where we're at right now. And I'll take it, man. You know, if you're going to lose a game, I'd rather at least lose thinking, oh, they gave it all they had and just couldn't get it done versus, man, if they had just done X, Y, or Z, or if he had played, how many times did we leave? Oh, if he had played like that in the first half, we wouldn't be in this situation. Or if he got mad sooner, at least we don't have to deal with that anymore. And I'm not saying the Spurs will. I think that it was a moment in time where things just were what they were, and you know, it just doesn't work out. And I think I know this. I know the Spurs, and I think De'Aaron will probably be better for it. the hope is that the Kings will be better for it too. We don't know that yet.
Yeah, we don't have to deal with it anymore. Now we just have to deal with the interim beam team that can't really play defense.
Well, they couldn't play defense with the Kings. They started to, but even during that stretch, De'Aaron had missed some games. So we don't really know what the Kings – we know they're not going to be great at defense. We just don't know how good they'll actually be on offense, which makes the defense more worrisome. That's the problem.
I crunched some numbers for us on it, and we can maybe do that tomorrow or later on in the show. But yeah, I don't got much faith in our defense going forward. If we're gonna accomplish what Monty McNair's goal was in the interview with Dave and Jason yesterday, I don't like our chances.
916-339-1140. Sounds like you're throwing in the towel, like winning doesn't matter. No, I'm just trying to figure out what my expectations are, 916. And we'll know more. You know, you go out. The bottom line is I'm going to go Ricky Bobby here. And if you're not first, you're last, right? So is there a world where the Kings can get hot and go on a Cinderella stretch? Maybe, but I don't know that yet. So right now we're fighting to be a 7-8 seed. So look, I would like them to be a 7-8 seed. I would like to go to the playoffs. That helps my life personally, my life professionally. I like all of that. But again, we went into the season hoping for second round. So we never even had championship aspirations. So what does it matter? 916. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, to that texter's point, the Sacramento Kings from the Beam Team season onward won 56% of their games that De'Aaron Fox played in. They won a lot when De'Aaron Fox was here.
916-339-1140. Let's go to Greg. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Greg? What you got for us?
Yeah, hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, you know, I was a season ticket holder back in the 80s and 90s, and, you know, I just want to say that the Kings they're still a small fish in a big pond, and they may always be that. But my point is that we finally hired a legitimate coach in Mike Brown, who's from the Golden State Warriors, who has a winning pedigree. And then we blame him for not winning. And you know, I just think it's a huge mistake, because we should have gone out and got players that can win. We don't need a coach that can win. We need players that can win. And Mike Brown knows how to win, knew how to win. I don't care short term, but he has it in his mind. He's a winner. He turned our club around the first year he was here and got us to the playoffs in 2 years in a row. And you know what? There are 30 teams in the NBA and only one gets the ring. So, you know, if we make the playoffs, we should be really happy about that.
Yeah.
And we should be 100% behind Brown and, you know, and find a coaching staff that supports him. Not, you know, saying that and, you know, use Brown as a scapegoat for the rest of the team, and the fact that the ownership doesn't know what they're doing. They can't go out and get the right guys or spend the money. You want to be a big fish in a big pond, you need a lot of money. And otherwise, if we make the playoffs, we should just be really happy, because we're not going to win the championship. We should know that.
Right.
But if we can go and watch a good quality basketball game every night, we go to a game and we're in it, and we finish in the top, you know, in play-in, and maybe get to the top 8. I mean, we should be really happy about that in Sacramento. That's you know, and I wish we could get Brown back, because that's going to end up being a big mistake in the long run. In 2 years, we'll probably be in the cellar again. They're just going to be finding reasons to fire coaches.
Thanks for the call, Greg. Great stuff there. Yeah, I mean, that's the other part of this, which we haven't talked about in a very long time. We don't really know what Doug Christie is. I like the way he motivates the team, and he's got to deal with this kind of hodgepodge together roster, which has a lot of talent. Does it make a ton of sense? No, and they may have gotten worse defensively. They got better because, you know, you bring in Jake LaRavia, but Zach LaVine is not as good as De'Aaron Fox defensively. Can he get there? I think there will be certain nights where you can't tell a difference, but that says more about De'Aaron Fox. So, yeah, I mean, is there a world where I wonder, man, could you have just added Valanciunas? What happens if, and again, this timing doesn't match up, I know, but what happens if you you keep De'Aaron, you add Jake LaRavia, you try to power through that, and Valanciunas, you try to power through that terrible, you just whatever. This season it didn't work out. You try to power through that first that bad homestand, and they come out on the other side of it. We'll never know, but what we do know is that you basically, and Kyle said this months ago, you kind of did punt on the season. Now, they may have felt like there wasn't much of a season to punt to, but you move on from Mike Brown. So the domino effect is you lose De'Aaron Fox, now that we know everything came out with Dave, talking to De'Aaron, and you did all that to currently be, what, an 8-9 seed, and you're essentially still going to have to figure out what happens next season, because yeah, this season, I think you should be really excited if you sneak into the playoffs. But you're not going to be able to sell that to fans every single season. There's going to get to a point where that's just not good enough for fans. 916-339-1140. A lot of calls. We haven't had this many calls in a while. We're never going to get to our rundown. I love it.
This is my fault.
All because of Kyle said don't boo. That's what's going on here. Let's talk to Joey. Wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Joey? What you got for us?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm pretty sure you covered this already, Styles.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, 18 free throws for De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
I don't think 18 free throws he's ever had since he's been here. So, at what point do we start thinking about why the league hates the Sacramento Kings?
Mm-hmm.
At what point? Because you see Demonis get blown up every single time down low.
Yeah.
He walks away with bruises, he walks away with scratches, he walks away with black eyes, and they don't call it. He got snubbed of the All-Star.
Yeah.
Why does the NBA hate the Sacramento Kings?
Thanks for the call, Joey. I think it might be worse than that, Joey. When we have conversations about people, what does everyone say? If you have an ex and the ex is still sending you text messages, I can't stand you, I wasted my time, blah, 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 deep down that ex kind of still cares about you. Once you stop getting those text messages, once you stop getting those calls, they don't care. And I don't think the NBA dislikes the Sacramento Kings. I think it's worse. I think they don't care. I think they see Domantas Sabonis putting up numbers the likes of Wilt Chamberlain, and if it wasn't for Jokic, Domantas Sabonis would be looked even differently in the league. I think they see all that, and they just don't care. I think they see what Malik Monk did a couple years ago as a sixth man the whole time, not like Naz Reid when he got made a starter, and I think they just simply don't care. I think that De'Aaron Fox, even last season, when he was in that conversation, just don't care, which is worse than hating. They just don't care about the Kings. And De'Aaron Fox, just real quick, Joey, yes, De'Aaron did have 19 free throws in a game earlier this season when he was literally the only scoring option. I believe it was against the Jazz that weekend where there was a bunch of players missing. But yeah, it's irrelevant. They just don't care. It's not hate. It's worse than hate. All right, because at least if there was some fan hate somewhere, the league would appreciate that. They just don't care. And that's something that Kings are just going to have to power through, and they've tried to power through. That's why, as much as De'Aaron Fox wasn't perfect, it hurts and why the Tyrese Halliburton thing hurt as well, because they just don't care. 916-339-1140. Let's try to sneak some of these calls in. Let's go to my guy Murph wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Murph? You said you want to respond to Greg? Is that what's going on here?
So I'm listening. Greg's talking about we're going to regret firing Mike Brown in 2 years. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so, because when I look back at Mike Brown's tenure here, you look back at that 3 years. Yes, he did flip it. Yeah, he got us into the playoffs. Great. That year alone, how many games did we lose by 1, 2, 3 points? Okay. How many games under Mike Brown were we up by 20 points?
Yeah.
And then they came back and lost to the Pistons.
Yeah.
The Bulls, DeRozan himself, time and time again under Mike Brown. We've lost games we shouldn't have lost. Every year under Mike Brown, we should have been a 50-plus win team, and we weren't. Time and time again. And this year started off, as everybody came on the radio and talked at the beginning of the year, we should have been a 50-win team, this, that. We're going to run the West. We're 13-18. Fox can't buy a free throw. What are we talking about here?
Yeah. What would you say, Murph? There's no part of you that would have liked to see Mike Brown with keep De'Aaron Fox, right? And you get to see this roster, but you swap out Levine for De'Aaron Fox. You think that maybe they could have got something going?
This is my thing. I texted in yesterday about nobody wants, and what you were just saying, we don't get no love here. It's not even, it's the X. They don't even show any kind of love. It's more than hate, right?
Right.
Who knows that more than anybody better in this city than Doug Christie from back in 2001 and 2002 and 2003? Who's been ripped off by the refs in this city already? Who's experienced that and gone through that?
Yeah, it's a great call, Murph. Thanks for it, as always. David, we see you. We'll get to you on the other side, and we will get to those buyout candidates as we hit the 1 o'clock hour. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Pelicans. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3:30. Tip off at 5.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Want to have enough money for retirement
and travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa. Golf Magazine offered 5 mistakes most high handicappers make over short putts. First, they don't practice them enough. If you want to make more putts on the course, make more putts off the course. Second, high handicappers don't have a system. Design a routine that will get you comfortable and confident every time. The simpler, the better. Third, you don't look at the hole on practice strokes. Looking at the hole when putting takes the brain out of the way at impact. Focus on a stroke to get the ball to the back of the cup, not just trickling over the front edge. 4, be more aggressive. No confidence leads to deceleration or guiding the ball to the hole, and neither works well. Try to hit the ball with purpose and take out some of the break. 5 is you look up too soon. Listen to the ball drop in the hole. Gary Player said the only reason we look up when putting is because we're unsure. Commit to listening for the ball to drop on short putts, and you're committing to your line and your confidence. Let me know how it works. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? Sunpoint Public Adjusters can help. Sunpoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call Sunpoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends over at Jiffy Lube, and they want to show some customer love this month with their February oil change deals you can find online today. Visit jiffylube.com and find a service center near you to see these sweetheart deals. Get it? During the month of February. Here's what you do. Drive into savings at jiffylube.com today and let yourself save in the month of February. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
For Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
One o'clock hour. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. One more hour with you. It's been a fun one. And look, we had a lot to get to, and I don't know that we got to all of it simply because the Fox thing kind of took over. Of course, we're getting all of the texts. Hey, we're over it. We're moving past Fox. And apparently Fox isn't over the Sacramento Kings. That's what it feels like. Or he is dealing with it in his own special way.
Oh, we got just a little bit more juice to squeeze out of it. You thought the orange had been squeezed dry. We got a little bit left.
What happened?
No, I just meant that's what we've been doing.
Oh, I thought something else. I thought something else went down. I haven't seen any updates. A lot of people were talking about the fact that I said the league just doesn't care about the Kings, right? And that's worse, honestly, than the league hating the Kings in some weird way. And the comments coming in are saying that you got to make them care, right? 916 says, okay, why don't they care? Well, I just think it's a small market thing. I don't think it's specifically a Sacramento thing. I don't think. And the 209 says, when they don't care, you got to make them see. You can't deny your presence. Yeah, I mean, how much did the league care about the Bucks before Giannis or what they're doing? Or OKC. I mean, yes, OKC had the Thunder, but, they're dealing with the same thing in Orlando, right? They have the rookie of the year. They got two dudes running around in Orlando. Yeah, their guards can't score, but they got two dudes running around in Orlando that are 6'8", 6'9", handle the rock, can score, and one of those dudes kind of looks like LeBron. And the league just couldn't care less. So I don't think it's a Sacramento thing, but, to Orlando's point, they're trying to get to a point where, hey, you have to care about us because we're a good ticket. The Kings, the league cared about the Kings Beam Team season. They just don't care. They just don't care about that team every single season. Every season they're going to care about the Lakers. I don't even know how much longer they'll care about the Warriors. Once this ride is done, I don't know how many First Take episodes are going to lead with, can Kuminga and Podziemski bring the Warriors back? They're, this stuff, because a lot of people kept calling Golden State a big market, it's confusing. It's a confusing market, the same way I think Chicago is confusing. These are big cities, but they're not getting talked about. They're not big brands that are going to get talked about regardless. Today, we have on the 4-letter network, and they're talking about whose comments, this is insanity, whose comments about the Super Bowl were worse, Dak Prescott or Jerry Jones. They're talking about the Cowboys a couple days after the Super Bowl who didn't even make the playoffs. So most teams, that's the one thing about the Sacramento hate. There are more teams in similar situations in Sacramento than teams in situations like the Lakers. You just have to be perfect, and other teams don't have to be. That's it.
No, and even then you won't get it, which is...
Right. Well, you won't get it, but you can get it in a year-to-year situation.
Yeah.
It's gone once you stink. Yes. The Kings couldn't even get that Christmas game a couple years ago. It's gone once you stink, but you can be relevant. You just can't miss. And the Kings have missed too much.
Well, yeah, for sure. But I think that's besides the point. Like the Cowboys thing of it all, their polling numbers just tell you that's what the deal is.
Mm-hmm.
When push comes to shove, you do Dallas Cowboys stuff, enough people tune in to validate having the sponsorship rates or advertising rates set at the price that they're at. But for the Kings of it all, I mean, look at the Cleveland Cavaliers right now. The Cleveland Cavaliers made a big trade for a star that is a very good basketball player, but Donovan Mitchell is not someone that's regarded as a face of the league type of player. And last year, that Cleveland team played that Orlando team in the first round of the playoffs. That series stunk.
Yeah, was it the NBA TV Classic?
Yeah, exactly. Milwaukee and Indiana was, I think, the NBA TV. Anyways, that series went to 7 games and stunk.
Mm-hmm.
But you look at since then, Orlando's kind of gone in the other direction. They've taken a step back. Injuries, but also 30th ranked offense in the NBA. And Cleveland's now the number 1 team in the East. So you're hearing people talk about Cleveland now because they are so excellent, even though they don't have a quote-unquote face that is a Wemby or a Jason Tatum or a whoever else, but they are so excellent that it commands your attention because there's I would say better than 50% chance Cleveland is going to be the team in the NBA Finals.
Right. So we gotta ride with them. A lot of people are calling them the Atlanta Hawks of a couple years back with Jeff Teague and Kyle Korver, but we'll see. The point is, you can be felt. You just got to make them feel you. That's what it is. And the Kings, they made them feel you beam team season, but they have not done that since. Please don't cut that. 916-339-1140. Let's get to David. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, David? What you got for us?
Hey, not much. How y'all doing out there?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. I got a few observations here about the Kings.
Okay.
The first thing is I pegged them to be number 3 at best to number 6 seed this year, right? Probably around the 6 seed. I think they're still toy position to get there. But if you look at what happened the first 30 games of the season, they lost at least 10 games by 5 points or less. With their 2 best 3-point shooters shooting below around 27% in Keegan Murray and Kevin Huerter. If those dudes hit anywhere near their career averages, the Kings are right there in that 3 to 6 range. We win 5 to 7 more of those first 10 games that we lost out of those first 30. Kings are right there. Maybe Mike Brown's not even fired, right? But my point is, we were losing a ton of close games. Once Mike Brown was gone, we all know the Kings started winning all those close games, right?
Right.
So we have to ask, is that a coaching thing? Maybe. Does it have to do with the lineups at the end of the game, play calls? I don't know. But our 3-point shooting is a huge reason we're not meeting expectations this year. A big reason Coach Brown got fired. And now we're turning that around. And I think there's no reason that the Kings can't end up being in that 3 to 6 seed range, but have also improved their long-term outlook for the team because, like you're saying, we got to make ourselves relevant. We got to make the league pay attention to us, right?
Right.
Right now, we still very arguably could have one of the best starting 5s in the league, top 5 in the league, at least on the offensive side.
Thanks for the call. Go ahead, David.
The team to remain relevant, then you got to make sure that, one, we have movable assets. So now we actually have a lot more tradable assets than we did prior to the trade deadline. We got guys that people want and guys who have salaries that are way more tradable. And also look at like 2 years from now, everybody's coming off the books. And I wonder if that wasn't a conscious decision to be like, yo, let's get a bunch of people that we have signed for 2 more years. And the team has a vision, a long-term vision along those lines.
Thanks for the call, David. A lot of great stuff there. Yeah, the bigger piece of this is we had a Keegan Murray conversation, a Malik Monk conversation, and these next couple of years, the Kings, if Monty McNair is still the GM, and whether he is or not, they have to figure out what level of all-in they want to go and what they believe their timeline looks like. Because right now, the starting lineup of DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, and Zach LaVine just defensively is not good enough. And if they and look, Monty McNair said this yesterday on our airwaves. Go check it out, Sacktown Sports app and on YouTube. He said it on the morning show. We're kind of back in that realm where it's let's run people out the building. They have not done that. So maybe tonight's the night. If not, maybe the next night's the night. But we're trying to figure out with the Sacramento Kings is what is your identity? We think we know what their identity is supposed to be. What is their identity? And what does their timeline look like? Those are the two things, or the two main questions I have for the Kings right now. What is your identity? And I think it's we're going to run and gun and score 150 a night, which they're not doing yet. And what is your timeline? Is Monty McNair thinking, like I said, is this Monty McNair's swan song? Hey, 2 years and Zach LaVine, whatever, opts in, opts out. Keegan Murray gets that extension or he doesn't. And is he operating like it's the end of this season, next season, and is probably going to be cooked after that? Or does he get a vote of confidence or something like that where it's okay, I have more time, well then I'll let's do this or let's do that. Those are the questions that I think the Kings probably aren't going to answer unless they go on some Cinderella run this season. And to the point of there's no way they're getting the 3 seed, right? I don't even know if they're getting a 6 seed, to be honest. You know what I've said, get the 7 or 8 seed, have 2 chances to get it. That's where I'm at.
We've got no games next week, so maybe the schedule game comes back.
The schedule game will come back, but you got to win games, and it starts tonight against the Pelicans. I do want to get to this buyout market conversation, and then we will do our Pelicans Kings preview. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Pelicans. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3:30. Tip off at 5.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Discover unbeatable value at Folsom Buick GMC this President's Day. Drive with assurance and our 20-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty. Enjoy $10,000 off all 2024 Hummer EVs, plus 0% APR for 60 months for qualified buyers. Lease the 2025 Hummer EV for just $818 per month. These offers end March 3rd, 2025. Visit Folsom Buick GMC today, your EV headquarters for power, performance, and savings. Select units and check dealer for details.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Just had to let that drop. You know what I was thinking? Did you remember, Kyle, or did you see this?
Give me the loot.
Did you see this? Travis Scott performed halftime at the national championship, and it was the first time I thought, oh, wait, Travis Scott is he in his DeMar DeRozan era? Is he on the way out because nobody cared? And I'm thinking back to what a simpler time for Drake when this song dropped. Travis Scott had the world at his fingertips, and now I feel like somehow Future is still doing his thing, but I feel like the Travis Scott wave, like if Travis Scott announced that a album was coming out in 2 weeks, it does not hit. And maybe I'm completely off. All I know is that dude was the biggest thing about 2 years ago.
I wonder what happened about 2 or 3 years ago that might have changed people's perceptions about Travis Scott.
Are you talking about the
concert where the concert where a bunch of people died.
Well, I didn't know. I don't know that that's it though. I just think that he had his time. I mean, Future is not the best dude in the world.
Oh no, but Future's solution is just he drops a new track every year. He is I'm trying to think who the comparison is, but he is I'm going to shoot 20 shots in a game.
Yeah.
And regardless of how many hit, we're dropping 20 shots the next game. Future has dropped so much music that I will never listen to.
Yeah.
That he's just a volume shooter, and that's what keeps him relevant. Although eventually he's going to have some hits, like the album he did with Lil Uzi Vert a couple years ago. Excellent.
Just keep putting stuff out.
But he's dropped like 4 albums since then. So Travis Scott, I'm almost certain that is because of the Astro World not controversy. A bunch of people died at this concert.
Tragedy, if you will.
That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Well, I think he's got one more in him. I think he has one more album that people will care about. And the problem is when Drake goes down, where do you go from there? Right? 209 is Travis, the Dion Waiters of rap. No. Don't disrespect Travis like that. And I think Travis might be a little overrated, but that's crazy.
That's still I think it's more Future because Dion Waiters was the just put up shots guy. But
right.
The Miami Heat did give Dion Waiters like $25 million a year.
That's
which is
right.
Still weird to say that the Miami Heat saw Dion Waiters and said,
that's our guy.
That's the heir to Dwayne Wade.
He's got the confidence.
That's what the Miami Heat said. We don't, the meme of Colin Cowherd where he's like, LeBron, we're good.
We're
Ben
good.
Simmons
We got
is here.
Ben Simmons now.
The Miami Heat literally said, Dwayne Wade, we're good. We got Dion Waiters.
Well, I don't know.
Dion Waiters and Hassan Whiteside.
I don't know if Travis Scott is in his buyout market era yet. That might be after the next album or two.
That's
but
the baby.
A couple of these players are already in their buyout market. And Brendan Nunez, again, go check out the full article. A lot of great stuff in there based on what you had to say. The fans, a Q&A that Brendan did dropped this morning or late last night. And we've been breaking down what Brendan had to say about Keegan Murray. Now let's get to the buyout market as the Kings and those turnover problems aren't going to go anywhere unless they get a backup point guard. So this is what Brendan had to say as he was asked about the buyout market. Sacramento has 3 open roster spots after their deadline moves, with two-way rookie Isaac Jones rapidly approaching the 50-game availability limit with the primary club. The team will likely convert his contract to a standard deal. Assuming that occurs, they would have 2 remaining spots, but there's one other complication. It seems as though ownership does not want to go into the tax, a mark that the Kings are about $3.28 million below. If Jones's $578,000 deal were converted to the full $1.86 million, they should have room for one minimum contract to be added. Minimum deals scale is based on years of service in the NBA, but counts for a flat amount towards a salary cap no matter the years of service. Now that the details are out of the way, let's look at the buyout candidates, who goes on to say Reggie Jackson, Jaden Springer, Jalen Hood-Schifino, and Bones Highland, please not Bones Highland, have all been waived by their respective teams and could be intriguing candidates. Players to monitor that could be bought out in the coming days and weeks include Monte Morris and Trey Jones. That's what I'm talking about. Brendan goes on to say, with no traditional point guard on the roster, I disagree with Brendan there, but we'll talk tomorrow during the roundtable. That could be a direction they elect to take. There are also questions surrounding Bojan Bogdanovic's future with the Brooklyn Nets, and the Kings have fewer restrictions than the handful of teams within the first or second aprons. Adding one of the above-mentioned players could help bolster Sacramento's now lacking point guard depth. Still, they will rely heavily on Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Domantas Sabonis to be playmakers for better or for worse. That's the reality of the roster they've created. Great stuff there from Brendan. I do think, and I know it's a semantics thing with Malik Monk, whether or not he is a quote-unquote pure point guard, but look, if you can get a Reggie Jackson, I know from the playmaking standpoint, Reggie has lost a step. You can watch him and see that he has lost a step. But how about a little change of pace, huh? You're going 100% with Malik Monk. Reggie comes in, slows it down a little bit. I still like his playmaking. Reggie Jackson or Trey Jones, those are my two guys, but Trey Jones hasn't been bought out yet. So, Bones Highland, I don't know what is – I don't want to say what's wrong with him, but – he's really talented, but nobody wants him on their team.
To your point, I don't know if you were following this yesterday, but in that unrivaled WNBA league, Breanna Stewart, they do a one-on-one tournament that's part of it, and Breanna Stewart, who's like the reigning WNBA MVP, lost 12-0. And so people were making the joke, if the NBA ever did this, Bones Highland would win the one-on-one tournament, and no one would know what to do with that.
No, absolutely not. So, those are the names that are available. I think it's interesting, the money situation and how they're constricted, but they also have enough to get something done. It's just a matter of what. And the fact that they can get something done means that they should get something done. And if you can sign you can keep Isaac Jones and convert him and also bring in a backup PG. You have to. Yeah,
and that's probably the direction they go. I said the other day, I really like Monte Morris. Obviously, he hasn't been bought out yet, but if he does, would love to have Monte Morris slide in as just an option at the point guard position. They don't even have to play him that many minutes, but just having a second option would, I know we've been having this conversation all year, balance out the roster.
All I know about Jalen Hood-Schifino is it feels like he's always being moved. It feels like he's on a different – every time I see his name, he's going somewhere else.
The thing I'm always going to remember for the rest of time, Jalen Hood-Schifino being, is the Los Angeles Lakers calling up Danny Ainge and offering him Jalen Hood-Schifino, not telling him that it was part of the Luka trade, and then Danny Ainge has to live with for the rest of time he gave the Lakers Luka Doncic.
Brutal stuff. I'm looking here at the other name, Jaden Springer. He's 6'4". He's 22 years old. He went to Tennessee. He has been in the league for a while now. He's bounced around too. He is averaging with the Boston Celtics. He was averaging 5.4 points per game. Did get some decent time in Philly, right, where he was at 11 points per game. But yeah, minutes per game, 11 minutes per game. In 2023, he gets traded or gets moved to the Celtics, 7.6 minutes a game, 5.4 minutes a game. Maybe when it comes to buyout, I just go with the names that I like. A buyout in Reggie Jackson's era is different than a buyout as a 22-year-old. I feel safer saying, Reggie Jackson, come on down. At least we think we know what we have there. That's where I'm at with that.
It's the second Bones Highland buyout, and you're like, no, thank you.
No, thank you.
You can't have two buyouts at 25 years old.
No, that's going to be a problem for me. All right, let's see what the Pelicans have for the Kings tonight, and will they be a problem for Sacramento? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Pelicans. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 3:30. Tip off at 5.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center for your Wednesday, looking at clouds and sun mixing in. We're dry during the daytime. If you need to get something done outside, do it. Temperatures will peak today in the upper 50s. Overnight lows will drop back to the 40s with rain moving through after midnight tonight. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
There's only one place where you'll find thousands of top brand vehicles, 17 dealers, and a friendly staff. Find the perfect ride tailored to fit your budget. Dream big and save even more during the President's Day sale at the Roseville Auto Mall. Driven to be the best.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it. And will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs. No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. N-Store 5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is what makes us different from other law firms. At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether we need to file suit, or even take it all the way to trial. We will be with you along the entire way, and because we are committed to you and your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
At Stockton Honda, we know how to honor a great deal. Like right now, during our President's Day sales event, you can find star-spangled savings on some of our best models. Why not stop in today and see for yourself? Save thousands with low APR financing and great lease rates on over 500 new Hondas at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com. Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from my good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally, $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, yeah, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
More minutes with ya. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. The Pelicans, their last 9 games have not been very good. In fact, they've been horrible. 0-9. 0-9. And the Kings have one of those W's. 30th in net rating, which is trash. 23rd in offensive rating, which is bad. 30th in defensive rating, which is terrible. The Pelicans are so bad on defense that the gap between them and 29th is the same difference between 29th and 20th. As far as the injury report is concerned, there's only one thing that we are concerned about. And I got one thing to say, and I'm not happy about it. DeJounte Murray out. Torn Achilles. We wish him the best. Herb Jones out. Shoulder. Young guy. Wish him the best. Brandon Boston, questionable. And the name that you are all waiting to hear, CJ McCollum, is available. I repeat. CJ McCollum is available. Zion Williamson, this is as of 2 hours ago. Zion still questionable, return to play conditioning. That's from the Pelicans. But CJ McCollum right now is available. Zion still questionable.
He doesn't play back-to-backs, so is he either going to play tonight or tomorrow?
Well, at least you'll get one. Look, and there's no Brandon Ingram because you didn't have Zion in the play-in game and you still lost. And that was another one. We took a bunch of calls in the 12 o'clock hour. Yeah, I mean, those losses to you can't lose to a team 6 times. Is there a part of me that wonders what this team looks like if you simply added Valanciunas and Jake LaRavia and you never lost De'Aaron and you kept Mike Brown? Sure, but that's just not a world we're going to be able to see. And you lose to a team 6 times and different versions of that team. It's just not going to fly. It's not going to fly. So the Pelicans are not good. One thing to note, though, Kelly Olynyk in that Raptors trade, Kelly Olynyk and Bruce Brown are anticipated to make the Pelicans debut tonight after being acquired in the Brandon Ingram trade. So that is one thing to keep an eye on. The Kelly Olynyk game, the Bruce Brown game, something like that. Oh my goodness.
Kelly Olynyk, I feel like, has been George Hill used to be the joke of player who gets traded at the deadline every year. I think Kelly Olynyk is staking a claim for player who gets traded at the deadline every single year.
But oddly has probably he's probably done better than expected in his career coming into the league, right?
I mean, he was a beast in college.
Right, but those guys, we've seen these guys.
The Frank Kaminsky, you're saying? Adam Morrisons.
These guys, they come around, and they don't normally last as long as Kelly Olynyk.
The Zach Collins.
Yeah. I mean.
I hear what you're putting down. Let's see how long Kelly Olynyk has been in the league now. This is year 11 for year 12.
That's crazy.
Year 12.
Good for you, Kelly Olynyk. That's incredible.
This is now team number. Wow, a lot in the last few years. Let's see. 1, Boston, Miami, Houston, Detroit, Utah, Toronto, now the Pelicans. So that's going to be team 7 for Kelly Olynyk.
Good for you, Kelly. Don't play well tonight, but good for you.
Never averaging more points per game than Keegan Murray.
Hey, it's all about fit. Just be a guy. All right, 916-339-1140. From going back to the I don't want to say the word, but to the Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron thing, the 916 says there's no way Fox and Domas were friends outside of the team. Their wives are way too different. One was a cheerleader, one was a hooper. No way they got along. Well, I'll say this. I guess what you're saying is 916 that clearly they weren't that close, because my wife has to hang out with my friends' significant others all the time, and they find a way to make it out because they know that we're close, right? So it's a matter of, well, I guess I have to figure out a way to be close with this person because my husband and her husband are boys. What you're saying is they weren't close enough for the wives to try to figure it out. So maybe I can hear you on that one, 916. Yeah, somebody on the Sac chat had said Zion is out. That has not been made official yet. It'll probably be made official during the drive, guys who are going to join us. Well, Whitey Gleason is going to join us pretty soon here in a couple minutes as we look at the rest of the schedule. A huge slate of games tonight. So if you missed out, yesterday was completely dead, but this Wednesday is going to take care of you. Hey, I know we're not supposed to talk about them. Spurs Celtics, that's at 4. Don't want to miss that one. No real implications there. I guess the Spurs could catch the Kings, but if the Spurs catch the Kings, that means that season they've either gotten ridiculously hot or the Kings season is pretty much cooked. Continuing to do some pocket watching here. You have the Bucks at Timberwolves. Now, again, before you get excited, no Giannis. Okay, Giannis has been out, so I do not believe the Timberwolves will have to deal with him, and they are hosting that game. So let's hope for a big game from Bobby Portis, one of the best Kings that never was. Also, Dame Lillard as well.
And Kuzma.
And Kuzma, the best King that never was. Kings, Pelicans, of course. Suns at Rockets. Got to go Rockets on that one. The Warriors at Mavericks. I mean,
that's a pick your poison.
No, honestly, I would probably want the Mavericks to win because I don't trust the Warriors, and I know the Mavericks are probably done more so than the Warriors are gaining momentum. I'd like to give a win to a struggling Mavericks team before I let the Jimmy Butler Warriors get to 3-0.
I think you're too deep in the pocket right now. We gotta get out of the pocket.
No. There's nowhere.
This game is just pick your poison. Both will be fine at the end of the season.
Grizzlies at Clippers. That's another one. If you are like one of our callers here, I think it might have been Angelo. Sorry if that was not you, Angelo, if it was somebody else. You really want the Grizzlies to win this one because, look, Clippers keep losing. That 6 seed, it's not unattainable at all. We're not even at the All-Star break yet, but you need the Clippers and, the Lakers too to start losing some of these games on days where you win.
I think the Clippers are in that camp now where I don't know who's playing or not playing for the Clippers. Because, it was easier when I knew Kawhi was out. Now I'm like, is Kawhi in? Is Norman Powell in? I assume Harden's playing, but, sometimes Harden misses a random game here or there. But I guess I'm rooting for the Clippers, I guess. I don't really know.
No. I mean, you're trying to catch the Clippers. So hopefully.
Are we? Because remember our saying, the Clippers are always the 5 seed.
Until they're not.
Yeah, but we know how this is going to end, right? We've established this. The Clippers will always be the 5 seed.
Until they're not. So could be a really good night for the Kings. Number one, they take care of business. Number two, you get a good game from the Grizzlies and they beat the Clippers. And if Dame Lillard can go off for... I got to check on Julius Randle if he's back for the Timberwolves. If he's not, I think that's kind of a pick 'em with the Bucks. So if you get the Timberwolves a loss, you get the Clippers a loss, and the Kings get a W. And just for fun, I guess Warriors and Mavericks, I think we all have the same record, so that doesn't really matter. So you get those 2 losses, and then Warriors Mavericks, it is what it is. And funny enough, you have the tiebreaker over the Warriors and the Mavericks. So either way, you're good.
That's what I'm saying. This game is just one team's going to win, one team's going to lose. Don't try and galaxy brain yourself on which would be a better result. Just pick. I mean, most Kings fans will pick the Mavericks because we hate the Warriors, but I just pick one and just go with it. At the end of the season, it's going to be one loss for one team and one win for another, and they're both going to have the same effect.
On the other side, Whitey Gleason joins us. Prop Talk Dog segment, and we make our predictions. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
Valentine's Day shopping, What are you waiting for? Stop putting off your Valentine's Day shopping and go to Prestigio Jewelers today.
She's right. Prestigio Jewelers has everything you need for Valentine's this year, and you're approved guaranteed. No credit, bad credit, even bankruptcy? 6 months proof of income guarantees you a credit line of $400 to $10,000. Time is running out. Make this a Valentine's Day she'll never forget. Visit one of our showrooms today or online at prestigiojewelers.com. Hey, Marvel comic fans, the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento is now serving adult beverages. This week, get ready for Captain America: Brave New World, the IMAX experience. The best place to immerse yourself in Marvel comic action is on the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen with heart-pounding audio.
You asked for me. Here I am. Captain America, caught without his wings. You want me? Come and get me!
Get your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento. And don't miss Captain America: Brave New World, playing this week at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you gotta drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
It was 1879 when the first President's Day was established, and it's been a holiday ever since. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. I'm guessing when the Keys family opened the first Naturewood Home Furnishing store in 1948, a President's Day sale was not top of the mind. But the family probably celebrated the holiday with a picnic and a big slice of cherry pie. The store name Naturewood was selected to reflect the quality of the wood furniture for sale, and that focus on quality continues today with brands like FlexSteel, Trailway, Stickley, Fusion Designs, Stanton, and many, many more. The Naturewood Home Furnishings President's Day sale is the perfect time for you to find the right accent piece for your living room, a new bed for your bedroom, or to completely refurnish your entire home. See all the fine furniture and accessories on sale with Naturewood's President's Day sale. Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with memories for tomorrow. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed the musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Are you feeling trapped by a timeshare you barely use? With maintenance fees piling up, calls from creditors, and the stress of mounting interest, it's time to break free. At RFA Cancellation, they specialize in legally canceling timeshares. If you've received a maintenance fee bill and don't know what to do, you're not alone. Over 2,000 people hired RFA Cancellation last year, and they're no longer paying those fees this year. Imagine starting 2025 free from collections, daily calls, and endless bills. Whether your timeshare is sitting unused or you're overwhelmed by unexpected costs, they're here to help. Call RFA Cancellation today, 800-823-1687. That's 800-823-1687. Their friendly experts will guide you through every step, ensuring a smooth and stress-free process. Don't let another year go by. Get in touch and take the first step toward freedom. RFA Cancellation, your path to financial relief.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Whitey, I can't wait to hear what you have to say about all the De'Aaron Fox social media drama. What? There's more? What do you mean?
What are we talking about? What De'Aaron Fox social media drama are we talking about?
Unfollowing Sabonis.
Oh, I didn't even know about that.
And then Sabonis unfollowed De'Aaron all today, man.
Oh, okay.
Well, we don't know that. Someone just
I know
found-
Sabonis unfollowed him today. I know that.
but De'Aaron could have done it 3 days ago. We just found out about it today because someone looked it up.
Does this surprise you, though?
Kind of.
He still follows Keegan.
Yeah.
Kind of. All right. Well, I know you're going to get to it.
You know, we got a shorter show today, so we'll see.
But, yeah, but it's got to lead it. So, you can't just make noises and think that that's.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to tell you that is not going to happen.
It's not going to go. It never goes away. All right, Kyle. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say De'Aaron Fox, a Mike Brown guy. Sabonis, apparently a Doug Christie guy.
It's that simple. And that's what I try to tell people.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing deeper than that. I've been trying to say it for months here.
Have you?
Mm-hmm.
For months?
At one point, we were talking about it, and he said, guys, it's real simple. I was like, what is real simple about this?
It's real simple.
I don't understand any of it, and I'm supposed to because I'm the Gen Z guy.
He is the Gen Z guy. All right, Kyle. It's time. Prop talk. Kyle, you got something?
I got something. Or cut that. That's our new bed. Yeah, I got something cooked up here. We're expecting Zion is going to play tonight, I would imagine.
Great.
I saw a stat, actually, that was interesting. In the game against the Kings on Saturday, Whitey, question.
No, point. I just read that he was, the update was McCollum is supposed to play, but Zion might not play tonight.
Yeah, he's still questionable.
Yeah. Zion he's either going to play tonight or tomorrow. He doesn't do back-to-backs.
Right.
I don't know which one they choose, but Zion may play, may not play. So I saw a stat that on Saturday he was the 11th player in NBA history to score 40 points in less than 28 minutes in the game against the Kings that they lost, which I thought was very interesting.
Do you know if he still follows Brandon Ingram on Twitter? That's all that really matters.
Thank you, Whitey. You're starting to get it.
The one I'm more curious about is, does Davion Mitchell still follow Bruce Brown on Twitter? If both people get traded,
can you give your pick?
Keegan Murray, my favorite Sacramento King.
Well, where did that come from with Zion?
Well, you interrupted me, and so I couldn't give.
Whitey interrupted you.
I was going to give this laid out, interesting point, but no, we're just going to do Keegan Murray.
Oh, what's up, Sacramento?
Keegan Murray, 20 points, rebounds, and assists combined is the number tonight.
Wow.
I'm going over, and Allen, you'll like this. In the last 5 games, he's hit it twice. He's missed it twice, and he's tied it once.
Huh. Okay. The assists worry me, but you never know.
Well, then he'll just get more rebounds.
All right.
Keegan's got a few threes in him tonight. I'll go Keegan Murray for my guy. Why? We'll never know because you interrupted me.
He's got a few what?
Threes!
That's what's
good. 3! There you go. So this is turning into my new over points for De'Aaron Fox. So if you were listening, there was a streak of, I don't know, maybe 7 games where I kept taking De'Aaron Fox and he just wasn't getting the over on points. So this is, and we're just trying to will it into existence until he did. So this is my new one, Kyle. De'Aaron Fox's replacement, Zach LaVine. This is my second day in a row, taking Zach LaVine over 2.5 threes. He's got to hit it eventually.
So, Whitey, just for reference and for the audience who might not know, Stiles kept taking De'Aaron Fox over on points when he was coming back from injury, and he missed it like 5 times in a row. So then the sixth time he said, I'm not going to do it, and then he did go for 30, and so then he just banned him from Prop Talk.
Yeah, De'Aaron is banned, but Zach LaVine is not. Tonight's the night he gets over 2.5 threes. He hasn't done it yet, or he did it, or he got to 3 against Portland, even though the Kings lost. I think he's rocking and rolling tonight. All right, it's time to let them dogs out.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
It is time to let the dogs out. All you listeners out there, 916-339-1140, text line, Sack Chat. Who is your dog for tonight? Will it be Zach LaVine? Will it be Keegan Murray? Will it be Malik Monk? Will it be someone coming off the bench? Could it be Valanciunas? Okay, could it be Jake? Could it be Jake LaRavia? Get your dogs in right now. We're going to start with Whitey Gleason.
Yeah, you just named him Jake LaRavia.
I'd like to see him play more, right? Are you there with me?
Yeah.
And tonight's the night. We're doing it right.
Tonight's the night.
Jake LaRavia, that is Whitey's pick for dog of the game. Kyle, who you got?
I want to go with the newly named Lithuanian Lumber or the Beef Brothers or whatever we're going to call it.
No one calls them that.
Yes, they
King size combo, as Whitey brought up. That was a great one. I wish we had come up with it during the show.
Second place.
Behind the Lithuanian Lumber.
Yep.
So you know what? I am going to go with our guy, Vasuina One Sauce.
Vasuina One Sauce.
Jonas Valanciunas tonight. Is he going to get a double-double? Probably not, but he'll do pretty close.
By the way, the funniest thing about that clip is right after Barkley said that, Ernie Johnson said, buy a vowel. That was pretty funny.
That's so good. Yeah, I'll go Vass. I'll see if I can find it, but that's so good.
279 says Zach LaVine, a 30-ball, Sabonis, a triple-double, and Keon shuts down CJ McCollum under 15.
That dog is ugly.
Under 15 points, 279. That might be the toughest one. CJ McCollum under 15 points.
There's no chance.
He just comes out of bed. He's going to play bad one of these games. We just don't know which day.
One thing I will say in defense of the CJ McCollum stat, he's had a 30-point game in 4 straight games against the Kings. In the play-in game that they lost, which doesn't count as an official game, he only had 7 points.
Well, that's because Brandon Ingram, I think, had a double-double in that game.
You know what was cool? Saturday night, late in the game, he drove to the basket, and they called a foul on Monk. And Monk didn't think he committed the foul. And it looked to me like he looked to McCollum and said, did I foul you? McCollum winked at him like, yeah, you got it.
I feel like he loves asking that. I feel like Malik does. All right, before we get out of here, who do I want to go with?
Well, predictions. What do we got the line here?
Yeah, I'm going to go with I want to go with Trey Lyles, but I think with Jake LaRavia, that timing and
Trey Lyles movement,
Valanciunas, I can't do that. So I'm going to go with Keon Ellis for my dog of the game. And the Kings, Kyle, are favored by 6. So let's get your prediction in for Kings Pelicans.
It will be exactly 6-point win.
Okay. Kyle's got Kings winning by 6. I think this is finally I think this is the coming out party.
Oh, yeah?
I think the Kings, I don't know what they do tomorrow night, but they beat the brakes off the Pelicans
Could
tonight.
be the coming out party for Kelly Olynyk, right?
Guy's been playing for 24 years. He's been really, really good. All right.
12.
Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson taking you up to game night. Your Sacramento Kings taking on the Pelicans. Until tomorrow, secure the bag, light the NOLA beam. NOLA beam.
Good dude by all accounts, but he does not fit. Does not fit. All right, gotta go.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion.